And good morning, everybody, and welcome to Sebring International Raceway. It is the 48 Hours at Sebring, presented by Champion Porsche, the Gold Coast and the Suncoast regions of the Porsche Club of America. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati and Dick Kelson, and glad to have you back here with us today. And we're going to switch things up just a little bit. A lot of things going on at the 48 Hours of Sebring besides club racing. We've got autocross activities here today. We've got Driver's Ed, HPDE events happening on the main circuit right now, and we're going to have our race groups going out on track for practice in just a few moments. You can see here is we've got the activities on the main course as well. Good morning, gentlemen. How are you all doing today? Good morning, Dick. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning. Doing fantastic.
Good morning. Everything is lovely.
That's right. A little, not quite as much sun in the sky this morning at Sebring, but a nice chilly 68 degrees here in Central Florida as we get the action underway. I want to give you a little idea of what we've got coming up today as far as the coverage. As we mentioned, there's a lot going on here at the facility, but we are going to be starting off with some of our autocross action here on the skid pad area. As you can see now, some cars making their way around the course, and we are going to also again be covering our sprint races today starting at 11 a.m. This morning. We've got two sets of sprint races. The first set of 3 sprint races begins at 11, and then this afternoon, again, starting at 2:30. Dick?
I need to make a call to Grid for...
Okay, let's do that. Let me play those nasty tones for people. If you're catching your flight at Narita Airport, now's the time.
Yellow group, to the grid, please, for your warm-ups. Yellow group, to the grid for your warm-ups, please.
All right, very cool. So, as I said, what we're watching right now is what's called Autocross. So we've got our Porsche Club of America racers going around a course that is marked off, as you can see here, by a series of cones. And this is a pretty complex layout where there are 2 very large loops as well as some slaloms integrated. And the drivers, they get a chance to walk the course in the morning, but essentially have to be able to commit this track to memory.
Yeah.
Because I can tell you from experiences, I've tried autocrossing in the past. I get to the start stand, and all I just see is just a big field worth of cones, and I don't know where the heck I'm going any longer.
Well, we figured that out last night when you can't even read the GPS.
Yeah, exactly. I had the same issues getting back to the Airbnb last night.
You would not do well in here, and this is not just about time here, right? So this is, as you just talked about, Greg, with memory. It's about getting your car to be handling in the right, because again, you're going through some slalom. The object is obviously not to knock any of those cones down.
Right.
There's penalties that come.
Penalties if you knock a cone down. Exactly.
With that. And we've seen a variance of cars here, lower cars. We actually saw one I really thought was part of the Rallycross organization that came out here, but they were able to get through it pretty quickly. And you can see here with this yellow Porsche really navigating through that slalom portion, and then now you come into the big loop and the big turn. You're being thrown around in the seat quite a bit, so it takes a lot of experience and agility to be able to do this.
Yeah, indeed, Brian. And, as we say and as we look at these cars on course, essentially the racers are racing against the clock. There is a timing system, and we're going to see if we can at some point this morning get their timing system up on the screen here. It's separate and different from what we use for road racing. But we in PCA Autocross divide things into stock classes and modified or prod classes based on what modifications may have been done or not done to the different cars. Dick?
They do.
Oh, yep. Okay, we see as the checkered flag is out for the for our solo group. Don't want to confuse things, because typically we call autocross solo, but we've got our advanced solo HPDE group on the main track that's just taken the checkered flag, so we need to make another call for the yellow group.
Yellow group. Last call to the grid, yellow group. Checker flag is out.
All right, and so as we're watching these cars make their way around the course, Brian, as you mentioned, um, there is there are time penalties for knocking down cones, typically 1 second per cone, added to your times. But what I did always find when I could actually find the course and make my way to the finish line without getting having my runs disqualified, is that it really takes a lot of skill. The inputs that you make, there's a big difference, I think, between road racing and autocross, where your inputs are much more, I think, defined and maybe even a little bit more drastic than in autocross, because of how quick the switchbacks are, usually much more so than what you find in road racing. The speeds also are quite a bit lower. Typically, your max speeds are going to be in the mid 60s to 70 mile per hour range here on an autocross course, versus obviously on a racetrack where some of the cornering speeds, they could be much lower than that, but it could also be much higher than that as well.
I think this portion of it, we talked about it. You're not going 120, 130 mile an hour down into a corner, slamming on the brakes, turning left or turning right, and continuing and powering out, right? Here it's about consistency. When I look at this course here with the autocross and the way they have it set up right here, the advantage of somebody who has come up through the karting ranks, right? This would be very well to get started when you get into a car, because you're making those same quick movements as you would of a steering wheel of a karting, going in running a sprint class in the karting side of it. So again, that would be an advantage to somebody who's done that. So one of the other things, if you're just tuning in here and you're just watching this here from Sebring, you'll see the orange cones and then you'll see the yellow cones that are kind of laying down. That gives the driver the direction of where the turn is and which direction you should be going through them.
So you'll notice here, as we're watching this machine make this slalom, you'll see that there are two cones at portions of the slalom with one cone pointed down, and that is, we see the cone pointed down and pointed to the left. That means that as you come through the slalom, you need to go through to the left of that cone section there. We don't have, actually we do have cones very much like that here on what is normally the skid pad portion here at Sebring International Raceway. I think most of these racers probably know that they should not be going onto the inside of the cones on that circle, but again, with a layout of exactly where they should be going.
And some of these drivers are already now that, because they've been through the line once, they're starting to make their second run at this course right now. They started just a little bit earlier. They had their drivers meeting, so some of these guys or some of these drivers are now in their second run. So those times will pick up every single time. That is the object. Unless you knock a cone down at some point, and then it becomes a time penalty at that point.
Yeah, indeed. And if you want to find out more about Porsche Club of America autocrossing, you can go to pca.org/auto_X. And it'll give you a lot more information about their program. Although this event here this weekend is open only to Porsche vehicles, typically Porsche Club of America autocross events are open to different types of non-Porsche vehicles as well, right, Dick?
Yes, and you also note that there's a class for every kind of Porsche, including the SUVs.
Right.
That can get really competitive, in spite of how ungainly they may look.
Well, and we see this in road racing as well, that sometimes the best competition, not necessarily the fastest competition, but when you are very closely matched with the other cars and the other vehicles, and the handling envelopes are very similar, it's not uncommon in autocross to see over the course of a course, maybe a tenth or less than a tenth separating different drivers and their cars.
Yes.
Now this car out here, this is the second run we have seen this car, and it seemed to be a little bit faster than he went through the first time around. Again, getting the lay, of the course, figuring out how, where the car is going to handle, where it needs to be, and then pulling back out and then making a much quicker run here. So you'll see he's going to come into camera through the left-hand side here. Another car starting there, but that white one there in the background turning off was much faster than it was earlier on
That's right.
in its first run.
All right, so looking over at the YouTube tab, by the way, I want to thank everybody for joining us here this morning. And thank you for taking some of your time this weekend. G. Patrick asks, why are we watching Autocross? And the reason why we're watching Autocross is that the timed events here on the main circuit, they're not going to begin until our 11 o'clock when the sprint races begin. Most of the drivers on course right now now are taking warm-up sessions, and so we'll get back to that action as this race goes on. But I think part of it is, and I wanted to give the feeling, Brian, especially as we walked through the paddock last night, as we were at the award ceremony and social last night, that a Porsche Club of America event, and Dick, obviously you have been involved with Porsche Club of America for a very long time. These events are much more than just what's happening on track. That there is I think, a camaraderie. There is certainly we've seen a sense of excitement through the paddock this weekend here. Porsche Club of America, it is a club. It is a number of people and family and friends that have a common goal, or not a common goal, but a common love. That's their automobiles, but they want to find different ways of sharing that excitement and love with friends, and that's what we're seeing here this weekend.
Yes, and one thing about the Porsche Club, it's all handled by volunteers.
Right.
All these folks that are doing the setup for the autocross, for example, it's all been done. Everybody's volunteering, so that's one of the things that PCA takes pride in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not just a question of the car ownership. It is, again, that love of motorsports and performance vehicles, and again, the fact that it is a club, that most of these volunteers, they're club members, and they're club members because of that camaraderie.
Yes, one of the statements I've heard is you come for the cars and you stay for the people.
That's it.
Indeed. Indeed.
It becomes one big family, right? I mean, that's what's really nice about about Porsche Club and about PCA, is that it is all about family. And some of these volunteers that are out here help setting up the course, well, they're racers as well. So they're going back and forth, right? They're out setting this stuff up. They may be doing something behind the scenes, and then when it's their turn to either get out on the main track or go do the autocross, they're bouncing back and forth. So it becomes where they're doing a multiple of things as well. So that and that's what makes this so fantastic and so enjoyable. Not only to be here at this facility, but be involved with PCA just because of the family atmosphere.
And indeed, and of course, if you want more information about Porsche Club of America, about Porsche Club of America club racing, want to find out if you own a Porsche and you want to see all the advantages of being a PCA member, you can go to pca.org, and I think that's probably a good jumping off point there to find out more and find out how you can join and what regions may be close to you geographically as well.
That looks like that's going to be a nice little penalty there. That's a couple cones that were taken off there.
That'll buff right out.
That may be a record.
That'll buff right out from the cone?
Yeah, we're going to see volunteers in just a moment go and reset all those cones as well.
Resetting or resuscitating? Yeah, he's not going to be happy with that run. He ran earlier, and his first run was a little bit cleaner than that run. But again, this is their second run, right? This is where they're starting to, try to get as much timing as they can, and
they're getting to know the course and know where they need to do different things, and you haven't really hit a cone until you take one to the finish line under
the car.
I've done that before.
I have.
Actually, in the road course, I've taken that all the way around from turn 3 all the way through the start-finish line.
You're not supposed to do that on a road race track, Brian.
Well, it matched my paint scheme, so
gosh.
It wasn't until I got in, like, oh, that's not supposed to be there.
Maybe you should stop racing Dayglow orange cars.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a little bit of a pause here while we do have our volunteers go and try and resuscitate the course, as I think you said.
Resuscitate the cones, put the cones back where they need to be. And again, when you're setting up this person, we're looking at a little bit of a map here. It's all strategically placed because you have to have the right amount of, area for every competitor, right? You can't just say, oh, well, I'll just put it right here, and then the next competitor comes through, and this one here getting a little sideways going through there. That first turn, again, this is where they're really starting to pick up. Again, second run through here for the entire group. So it's time to get it. And you can see here it's cloudy, here at the racetrack today. With all this concrete and the cooler temperatures, there's going to be some grip. There's going to be some grip even out there on that skid pad after the next couple of runs.
But also one of the things that these drivers have to work through, especially if it's one of their first times out doing autocross, but given the tight nature of this course that we have laid out, and you're dealing with cars that have a couple hundred horsepower, one, you have to be, I said that the inputs are usually much more drastic and stronger than you see on a road course, but you have to be very cognizant of that right foot, that you can't goose the throttle so much that the rear end steps out, that you can't power out of a corner. The other thing that you have to be cognizant of is because some of the turns are much sharper than you're going to see on a road course or on the street for that matter, that you have to be ready with that braking input and maybe be much more definitive on the brake pedal to get slowed down. But you don't want to go and have the car understeer or push through a corner, otherwise you're going to take down orange cones. It's really it's such a difficult type of motorsports, and I think I may have mentioned last night that I know many road racers that became very good road racers because they were great autocrossers and came that direction. I don't know many road racers that have gone the other way and become great autocrossers after having shown talent on a road race course. It's very difficult.
Yeah. Well, like I say, in this, in the autocross as you're coming up through, I think, again, and I say this, and it's again, no disrespect for anybody who autocrosses, but if you're someone coming up that's wanting to get into, maybe your first automobile that you're running and you're, getting in, getting into autocross is going to help you be a tremendous driver throughout, right? Starting that way. And if you're coming up through the, and I revert back to the karting ranks because this is more like a sprint track and a karting thing. With those hand movements, not only do they have to be smooth, right, but you have to make the car do what you want it to do. It's the same thing of a kart. The kart, you've got to turn the front end, right? The rear just follows it. Same thing here with an autocross, unless it's an all-wheel drive, and then at that point it becomes. But in most of these cars, it is where you point that steer, and when you point that front end, the rear end's just following it.
Right.
And there's a lot of smoothness involved. That's what you're looking for.
Yeah. It's all about consistency. You're right.
You got to be smooth.
Yep.
Yeah, and I may have said yes. The inputs are much more, in many cases, are much more dramatic because of how compressed the course is.
Right.
But yeah, absolutely. As in most cases with motorsports, the key to balancing the race car is being smooth with those inputs. Yes, you can be very forceful with that brake pedal, but the amount of time and how you release that brake pedal is very important. How you get into the brakes is very important for newer machines that have ABS. You don't want to necessarily on an autocross course be waiting and relying on the car to have that ABS kick in, because most likely if it has,
you've already missed it.
You've missed your turn in.
Yeah. It's an aggressively smooth, and I don't know if you could put those two words together, but in an autocross you almost have to be, right? You have to be aggressively smooth throughout the entire course in order to make in order to produce a pretty good time.
And again, for everybody, we will be going to road racing action starting at 11 a.m. this morning. Also, hopefully, going to have some folks in to talk a little bit more about the 48 hours at Sebring, as well as the Porsche Club of America Club Racing program and Porsche Club of America. There are many different programs as well. Going to hopefully have Vance Svensson from the national office. Going to have Josh, and this is where I'm going to get thrown off with Josh's last name is
Josh.
you know, the most enthusiastic champion for this particular event. And of course, now I'm going to get killed because I forgot his last name.
Brekeen.
That's it, Josh Brekeen. Thank you, Josh Brekeen. Thank you, Brendan, in our ears. And hopefully we'll have him up a little bit later as well. As
He's coming through that door now.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm waiting for him to come busting in like Kramer and Seinfeld.
He's coming through the. Yeah.
So hopefully we'll have some folks that could give a lot more background. And of course, Dick, like I said, you've been at this event for so many years. In the time that you've been here and been coming to this event, how has it changed and progressed over the years?
It is so much larger now. The growth has been unreal. For example, if you look in the paddock, you'll see God knows how many motorhomes and big rigs that people have brought this thing in on. At the first one, there was one motorhome in that out in the paddocks area, and it was mine, and I was selling the event T-shirts out of it. And at the start, there were still people who drove their car to the racetrack and raced it. I admire the people who were able to do that. But once it got more serious, of course, there was more interest going in it, and everybody started trying to find that extra speed, which meant getting different tires and tires that you didn't want to drive on the street, and totally non-streetable cars.
Right.
But this is so much bigger than it was. Of course, 32 years have passed by.
Right.
So.
And now perhaps the closest analogy to that, as far as the people driving the cars that they're racing to the event, is actually the Autocross that we're watching right now, whereas for the most part we see most of the race cars, the majority of the race cars, coming in on trailers, and a lot of that has to do with the amount of tools that you need, and in order to make sure, especially here at Sebring, as we've talked about what this 17-turn course can do to any car that turns a number of laps and rattles every bolt loose. But also to carry. We talked yesterday about the tire usage for some of the different classes here, and you can't easily throw 4 15 or like 12-inch wide tires in the back of a 911 any longer.
It gets very tight.
Or the front of a 911, pardon me.
After watching this autocross here for a couple of minutes, I threw out the somewhat of the gauntlet yesterday about getting in one of these cup cars, and Jeff Smith, I think, came up and said, "Hey, go sit in mine, no problem." I think watching this autocross, Jeff may not make sure, he better make sure that door is locked and closed on that cup car. That thing could end up over here on the autocross. If I disappear, or Jeff, if you see your cars missing, then you'll know where I'm at. Yeah, it looks like we're starting to, again, this is pretty much their third run right now for this group that's been out there right now. Again, these guys are really starting to figure this out a little bit more, for this course. Again, and it takes a good, 2 runs really to get it. I think this may have been the car that we saw earlier on that knocked those cones out, or it may be the next car getting ready to come up. It was one of the last cars through that first round that ended up knocking those 2 cones over there off, so we'll have to see. But it looks like everybody's going through. Looks like we've got a few more still sitting in line there, probably about another 4 or 5 of them here through this run as our next car gets off and heads down to the track. Looks like a checkered flag is out on our sprint track, or on our track over here, so we may want to call the next group to the grid.
And red group to the grid, please. Red group to the grid, please.
And for those of you that are here at the track, especially with these warm-up sessions this morning, they are only 15 minutes in length. So when the group ahead of you heads out on track, best thing to do is to start getting ready and heading to the grid. Also, if you have trouble hearing us on the PA system here at Sebring, I know there are some places in the facility where you may not be able to hear us. We are broadcasting here at Sebring on 100.9 on your FM dial. So you can hear us that way. Again, that's 100.9 FM. As I think I said yesterday, if you're up in Tampa, you're never going to hear us, but
No,
at least
it's
at
local
the
to
facility.
the track.
Yes,
where you'll be able
exactly.
to see it or hear it. So
Yeah, our big blowtorch transmitter there up in the roof.
Yeah.
So that's another way that you can hear us. And again, for everybody, we are going to be transitioning back to the road course starting just before 11 a.m. When our first set of sprint races for our yellow, green, and red groups begin. We will then have a second set of sprint races in the afternoon starting at 2:30. And then tomorrow is Enduro Day. Yes, I know last night was not, that 30-minute race was not an Enduro, even though every time the lights go out, I immediately,
think of Enduro?
it's Enduro, yeah. If anybody's ever seen me drive a race car at night, you'll know why. It's something that everybody has to endure. But Sunday is going to be Endurance Day. Here we are going to have two separate 90-minute endurance races. First race 9:20 a.m. and then the second one will be following after that. Those are our sessions that we are going to be broadcasting tomorrow. So again, lots of action here this weekend at the 48 Hours of Sebring.
Looks like we're down to our last couple of cars here on our autocross again for this first round of runs to go through. I know that they'll come back through and do another set, for the entire group to do some runs. This car here looks like to be the fastest that I've seen that have gotten through, especially the big loop right there through the big circle. And we'll see how this yellow one navigates through there, but that last gray one that just there pulled off seemed to be one of the quickest ones to definitely get through the slalom there. This one here is starting to take that back end and make that back end slide through there as they come down through the circle here. So we'll see whether or not he's going to be a little bit faster, and we'll figure out times, and we'll get times and determine where they are. But again, if you're just tuning in, again, we're going to pick up some of the autocross. As Greg mentioned, we will go back to the road race side here at 11 o'clock when we pick up those sprint road races coming along. But giving these guys a shot here on the autocross, it looks like everybody's going to get a couple runs here, practice runs, and then we'll go through some timing. So it looks like they're going to take a little break over there, kind of get everybody together, kind of put them where they need to be. And you can see there in the background, just on the other side of those big orange cones over there, that looks like that's the paddock for the autocross there. So those guys will go through, make some adjustments where they can on their cars, and hope to get it better once they start timing it. It looks like they're going to take a little break over there.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe we do the same.
Yep.
I don't know if Jordan, if we have any, I was going to say, if we want to thank some of our partners and sponsors, if Jordan has some ads lined up. If not, we're going to just kind of give you a feeling for the track here. And we'll be back with more commentary and more action from the 48 Hours of Sebring here on Driver's Eye Live in just a few moments. Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control. Treffen means to meet. That's the entire concept behind the PCA Treffens, an opportunity for PCA members to meet their fellow Porsche enthusiasts in some of the most spectacular locations in North America. PCA's Treffens provide the opportunity for members to drive some of the best roads in North America and enjoy 4- and 5-star hospitality at world-class hotels. The Spring Treffen will be April 30th to May 4th at the Omni Homestead Resort in Hot Springs, Virginia. Break away from the mundane and escape to the Allegheny Mountains, where you can unwind on a 2,300-acre Virginia estate. The Omni Homestead is a 4-diamond host resort that recently completed a $156 million renovation and combines Southern hospitality and elegant charm with premier luxury enjoyed by 23 U.S. presidents and numerous celebrities, movers, and shakers during its illustrious history. The tours will travel on some of the best roads in the Southeast, and you have the opportunity to experience abundant sports and recreational opportunities or indulge in the comforts offered within the resort's luxurious, destination-worthy spa. You will not be disappointed in the opportunities for both stimulation and relaxation. To learn more and register, please visit treffen.pca.org. Our first club racing sponsor, Porsche Cars North America, funds the club racing news and sponsors the Workers' Choice Award, considered the most prestigious award given at a club race. Thank you to PCNA for offering vital support to our club racing program.
Daniel Louise is a licensed agent of New York Life Insurance Company located in Tampa Bay. Daniel and New York Life are committed to helping you protect and grow your lifestyle. With so many options and complex information, making financial decisions isn't always easy. Together, we can create a strategy customized to your situation. Every client is unique, and it's our priority to help you understand your options, meeting today's needs and tomorrow's goals. Visit DanielLouiseJr.com to help face your future with confidence.
Based in New Jersey, Precision Motorsports, or PMR, is a supporter of club racing and a new national sponsor for 2025. From the latest Cup cars to 944 racers, PMR has supported them all here at the track. True experts in their craft and dedicated to performance. Find them on Facebook at Precision Motorsports.
We're not just a one-off experience, we're a call to freedom. We're a place in people's minds where everyone can unleash their wild side with a passport to a world of possibilities. A spirit that breaks all the rules, uniting the famously bold and spirited essence of tequila from Mexico with the much-loved richness of peanut butter. Manibal is the bold embodiment of the party animal within us all. Here is where the ethics starts. Tequila can be purchased nationwide at manibaltequila.com.
Hi, I'm Ford Hickok, representing the Automobile Racing Club of Florida, and welcoming you to historic Sebring International Raceway, which is now celebrating its 75th anniversary of the very first race here in 1950. If you're passionate about Sebring history, you'll love ARCF. This is where you can expand your racing knowledge and enhance your Sebring experience. That's Automobile Racing Club of Florida, arcf.net.
I'm Van at the 48 Hours of Sebring, the PCA club race, and let's meet some of the racers.
My name is Michael Gershon. I've been racing in PCA. This is my second year. I got in because of my buddy Ben. Dragged me in, and I'm thankful to him every day. And I love it. Got my national champion for 24, and hopefully 25 will be a repeat.
A household name in U.S. road racing for nearly 25 years, Toyo Tires has forged a reputation for winning, performance, and consistency. From the company's legendary Proxys RA1 to the two-groove Proxys RR, they have a history of getting drivers to the winner's circle. Their quality and performance extends beyond the track, offering owners a full line of premium tires for coupes to Cayennes. They are proud to build many of the tires right here in the United States at their state-of-the-art factory in Bartow County, Georgia. We thank them for their support of Porsche Club of America through club racing and the high-performance driver education program. Be sure to check out their contingency program if you race SP1 or Spec Boxster. To learn more about the full line of Toyo tires, visit www.toyotires.com.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
New for 2025, Isringhausen will be sponsoring the GTD 1, 2, and 3 classes. Our group here at Club Racing are thrilled to have them on board. Over the past 30 years, Isringhausen has become synonymous with quality vehicles and superb service. The Isringhausen way of doing business has been one of offering excellent products at fair prices, coupled with service that goes above and beyond what anyone would expect from a typical car dealership. We believe that good service is comprised of two components: a willing and helpful attitude, accompanied by competency in your field. We try to support an environment where each person who works here strives to serve each customer as they wish to be served, with dignity and respect. Because of these core values, Isringhausen has become and will continue to be a leading example in the industry.
Miller's Oils is proud to be a Porsche Club Racing sponsor and to work with Racer's Edge as their North American distributor. Miller's Oils has been blending oil since 1887 and has an extensive product line for virtually every street or racetrack application. The technology implemented in Miller's engine oil and gear oils protects the wear surfaces of your engine and gear train on a microscopic level, significantly reducing friction and increasing the life of your engine and gear train. We encourage you to try Miller's and judge for yourself with the help of an oil sample analysis. As they say, the proof is in the pudding.
Welcome back, everybody, to Sebring International Raceway. It is the 32nd annual 48 Hours at Sebring, presented by Champion Porsche, as well as the Gold Coast and Suncoast regions of the Porsche Club of America. This, of course, a Porsche Club racing event. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati and Dick Kelson, and we are, gentlemen, about to get underway with our first races of the day. I was about to say our first races of the weekend, but of course
we did night racing last night.
That was last night, that amazing race under the very few lights here at Sebring International Raceway. And of course, such excitement last night at the award ceremony, Brian, that you emceed at the end of the evening. For what we're going to be doing is we're going to be bringing you 3 sprint races this morning. We're going to then take a little break for lunch, and in the afternoon we'll have 3 more races for you. Our first race up is our yellow race group. This yellow race group includes the 911 Cup cars, as well as the G&H classes, GT5, ME1, SP123, and SP911, and we have, of course, the very popular Spec Boxster, also known as SPB. And we are going to have what is known as a split start. We see our safety car now queuing up onto the front straight. We'll see our race cars coming off the grid in just a moment. We're going to have the Spec Boxsters, an 18-car field towards the very rear of the pack. They'll be separated out from the rest of our race cars. Let's run down the starting order. And we're going to start with Spec Boxster, where we have Adrian Miner driving the number 198 machine. He will be starting in 18th position. To his left, starting 17th, Daniel Judge in the number 707 machine. That car will be white in color. Miji Song, also in a white Boxster, will be starting 16th in the number 99 car. With Antonio Consicao, he'll be starting 15th in the red Porsche Boxster. Then we've got Stan Wegner. Stan's driving the 622 machine. He'll be starting 14th. And then Kurt Leda on the inside of row number 7. He's driving the 002 machine. And he's got just ahead of him in row number 6, it'll be John Burke starting in 12th. He's in the silver number 89 Boxster, with Mark Carluzzi starting 11th. He's driving the number 949 black Porsche Boxster. Jordan Applebaum's in the 107 machine. He'll be starting 10th today, with Chris Pashley starting 9th. He's in the number 95 Boxster. Then we've got Lawson Wilder. Lawson starting 8th. He's in the 116 machine. Sam Halabi starting to his left on the inside of row number 3. He'll be starting 7th. And row number 4. He'll be starting 7th in the black number 145. Scott Bellis will be starting 6th. He's in the white 108 Boxster, with Dan Rubel starting 5th. Dan is in the red, white, and blue number 771. Sean O'Brien is going to be driving the black Porsche Boxster at the number 441 car, starting 4th. Starting 3rd inside of row number 2, driving the number 79 multicolored Porsche Boxster, Alex Au. Then we've got Bernard Nussbaumer. He's going to be starting on the outside of row number 1 in the blue 001 machine, and your pole sitter in Spec Boxster, driving the purple machine that's the 171 car, Rob Walker. Now in our front group, we had 34 cars. We're going to give you the top 14, the top 7 rows. Starting 14th, driving the number 6 G-Class gray Porsche Boxster, it's James Clemens. Then we've got John Poor. He's in the GT5 silver Porsche 914-6. The 555 car starts 13th. Gary Stanberry driving the number 968 machine. He is in the blue and white Porsche 968. That's an SP3 machine. Also racing an SP3, Tanner Market is in the 896 car. He will start 11th. And I'm hearing word that we might have had a car off over at turn 3. So we're going to see how this impacts the start. Speaking of impacts, starting 10th today, driving the number 764 white 1982 Porsche 911 SC is Dwayne Moses. And we'll see if we can get a number. And it was the 108 car. We'll check on that in just a moment. Jordan Simon is going to be starting 9th today. He's racing in the G-Class, driving the number 54 red Porsche Boxster. David Nissenbaum in the white and orange 2000 Porsche Boxster will start 8th today, also in the G-Class. Colin Doherty in the 086 Porsche 944 Turbo Cup car. He will start 7th. Terrence Judge starts 6th today. Terrence is driving the number 159 Porsche 964. And then we've got Doug Crossman. He'll start 5th. Doug is in the number 92 gray Porsche RS America, another 964 chassis. He is starting 2nd in the G-Class, 5th overall. Next up, we've got Ken Agina. Ken is starting 4th today. He is in the number 5 SP3 Porsche 944. Starting 3rd is Michael Gershon. Michael is driving the number 87 black Porsche Boxster. He is your G-Class pole sitter, starting 3rd overall. Greg Rochik will start 2nd today. He's in the number 320 SP3 Porsche 944 S2. And your pole sitter today in the H-Class, driving a 2008 Porsche 997. Oddly enough, it's the car 77. It's Ryan McGrath.
Anyway, that car that you were talking about, Greg, that may have gone off, that was the 108 you talked about. That was Scott Bales in that Sport Boxer as well. So,
all right, so the safety car now bringing the field up towards the sunset turn. The lights are out on the pace car, and as we mentioned, that driver did manage to continue. He should be falling, I think, all the way back to the back of the pack here, but we are going to get the green flag here momentarily as our pole sitter, Ryan McGrath, leads the field through the sunset bend and onto the front straight. Our starter looks the field over down the long concrete front straight, and green flag is in the air, and we're racing once again here at Sebring International Raceway, our first of 3 races this morning for the 48 hours of Sebring.
Tell you what, good start all the way across. Ryan McGrath's going to go ahead and jump out there, but they were 3 wide, Greg, a little bit further back. Ken Agina not getting the start he really wanted. We'll see if he's going to be able to pick that up going down into turn 1. But we've got 9 different race groups.
All right, and our spec Boxsters now get the green flag. And very closely matched machines. We saw in qualifying yesterday, they were only separated out by a couple tenths of a second through most of the field, as they now are 4 wide, Brian, heading down into turn 1. But it looks as though Rob Walker, our spec Boxster pole sitter, is going to lead the field through turn 1 as they come through that slight little bend over turn 2, and then it's hard on the brakes at turn 3.
Tell you what, Lawson Wild there in that spec Boxster did not get a good start. He's going to have to start making his way back up through the field. You can see he's going to drop all the way back there, probably about 2 or 3 positions on that first turn. We'll see whether or not he's going to be able to gather that back up, but he did not get the start he wanted to.
All right, and great fight there right up at the front of that spec Boxster field with Walker. Alex Au looking like he moved up and is battling side by side with Walker as they come underneath the Advent Help at the bridge and into the hairpin over at turn number 7, but very close fighting.
Alex, your winner last night in Spec Boxster in our night sprint race. So, again, understanding this racetrack, really being able to get on it. He got the start he wanted, as some of the other ones didn't. So we'll have to see whether or not he's going to be able to hold on here in that 30 minutes. But Alex winning last night's night race.
All right, as our Spec Boxsters come through the tower turn onto the Flying Fortress Straight, of course, we have our other group of racers just a little bit further ahead. Now, Dick, for a 30-minute race like this, a fairly short sprint race, what's your mindset going into this as far as strategy?
Go fast.
Oh, yeah.
It's typically you don't want to kill yourself in the first couple of laps, and you don't want to try to win the race in the first couple of laps.
So basically just try to settle in and get into a rhythm here.
Yes.
I mean, we always say you can't win the race on the first turn, but you can certainly lose it.
Yes.
At least one racer almost lost it on the pace lap, which is unfortunate. But we see here as our first group now, as they've come out of turn 17, crossed the stripe, leading the H-Class currently, your pole sitter, Ryan McGrath, had already opened up about 1.7 seconds over Colin Doherty. Doherty leading the G-Class. I hear that there is a local caution at 16, which is the last corner before you come onto the long Ullman back straight. And it sounds like there were a couple cars involved. The 95 car was one involved. That was Chris Pashley. And also the 145 of Sam Halabi. Halabi has continued. It sounds like
Oh.
Pashley may still be out over there trying to get that car moving.
Yeah.
2
Alex, 2 cars. 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 2 cars And again, you just talked about it. You can't win it on the first lap, but you can surely lose it on the first lap. And I think at that point, it's really trying to get everything you can to get yourself into the right position to get there and get through that turn, to get down the straight, to get down into 17. So we'll have to see. Well, hopefully all of those competitors will be able to continue on. Looks like we got one right there, and there you go. There's another one there. Looks like that's the 79 that spun around there. That's kind of in turn 5.
Yeah, and just now getting back underway exactly through turn 5 through the carousel section here. And very difficult. There is a good amount of traffic making their way through, but makes a good, safe recovery, brings that car back on course. And yeah, that is the word, the 79 car there that went around.
That is Alex Au. So Alex getting in. It was another car that was right in there between them that was able to continue. So we'll have to see. We'll see if we get the call of more than one car, but Alex was definitely spun around there, able to pick back up and keep going, but he is definitely going to drop all the way back, especially in this spec Boxster field. He was running all the way up into 4th at that time, so we'll see how far back he's going to fall.
And it looks like we just had a car run very wide coming out of 16 here onto the Ullman Straight, the back straight here at Sebring International Race. We'll see if we can pick up the number of that car as it goes by. I think it might have been the 120 car. The 120. Or is it the 320, Greg Rojic? We'll try and get that track down here.
When they do go wide, it is kind of tough to see those numbers going through there, and then most of them are continuing through here. So,
just got word it was the 185 car, not the that 185 that went off and continued on. All right, so early on here in the SP1 class, Paul Heptick, your leader, driving the number 714 Porsche 944. That's the orange with yellow and green stripes on it, and got an update from Pat yesterday. Of course, he had told us previously that that he loves drinking red wine, but he told us previously that he had finished second in the GTC 3 National Championships. Neglected to tell us that he was last season's SP1 national champion.
Yeah.
So thank you, Paul. And so as Paul is looking to start off the 2025 season on a strong note. Did I say? I said it again. Pat Heptick. Sorry. Dick, you can actually say it and correct me. But so he's looking to start off on a strong note.
I'm trying not to rock the boat.
That's okay. I'm shaky as it is. if I'm gonna fall overboard, might as well do it early. All right. So Heptick is your leader currently in SP1 with Richard Bennett second, Jeff Wiggins in third. In the G class, Michael Gershon goes to the lead over Doug Crossman, Colin Doherty. That's your top 3 there. And Gershon, who is driving a Porsche Boxster, he was your, I believe, your 2024 F-Class champion. Yeah. Good to see Nick out there running here this weekend. And he says that he's in real estate, but his real job is keeping his race car up and running, which if you're going to be a national champion, obvious that's the case.
Something there for later on. We talked about Alex Au in that number 79 with that spin, Greg. He's dropped all the way back to 10th position in there. So he's going to have to pick that up a little bit if he wants to get back in here. But they're starting to separate themselves out. I think we were looking a little bit further back there, a little bit ahead in that GT4, in that 911 Cup. Dwayne Moses in that 764. He's opened up by about an 8-second lead over the 182, Scott Genow, and then you throw in the 94 there, Rob Tollinger. He is about 2 seconds back there. So that class starting to open up a little bit in there in that GT4. As I mentioned, we've got 9 different classes in this first yellow group here, Dick. And then we look at the GT5. John Poors opened up in that 555 by almost 12 seconds already. 3 laps into this race over the 17 of Brian Berry. Those are the 2 cars in this GT5 class. So again, everybody's starting to get spread out as we, start to get through this 30-minute race. We look at the ME1 class. Gene Raimondi, he's the only one in this class. He's gotten out there running there pretty good. And then you've got our SP3, Greg Rogic, and then Ken Agina. That's your top 2 spot, and Agina's 4.5 seconds back from our overall leader there, and Greg Rogic. And Gary Stanberry in the 968, he's going to be in third. He's 19 seconds back from the leader again. So again, starting to spread these groups out, and then you're going to have multi-classes coming through there, starting to make passes. You've got to work through this 30 minutes. We talked about this last night. This is the group where, as opposed to the red, some of these guys are racing on tires that they probably raced yesterday for a little bit to come in here. They're not putting new set of rubber tire, new set of tires on for each sprint race as in our red group.
All right, Brian, so we just got word, and I think our folks in timing and scoring are getting this updated right now. This weekend in the 173 car, we've got Bill Miller and Jeff Wiggins sharing that machine. And I think our timing and scoring system and the feed and information that we brought in showed that Bill Miller was actually racing in the session. Well, it turns out that's actually Jeff Wiggins behind the car because Bill Miller actually came down to tell us that he wasn't in the car, which,
Well, we've had people text us from inside their car before. Saying, I'm not in it.
Hey, and we saw some great shots from Bathurst yesterday where they had an autonomous car running the track. So, maybe nobody's behind the wheel.
You could have just told him that if I say you're in the car, you're in the car.
Exactly.
You better hurry up, go down and do a quick driver change.
Driver change.
30-minute race.
All right, sounds like there's some issues. The 949 machine is going to receive a black flag. That that's Mark Carluzzi in one of the spec Boxsters, the black number 949. Apparently, receiving what they call a meatball flag, which is essentially there's a mechanical issue with the car that has been noticed out on the corners, and that the stewarding staff does not want that car out there in the condition that it's in. So it's going to be coming down the pit lane within the next lap or so. That's unfortunate. He was running 8th again in an 18-car field.
Right. Yeah, that is unfortunate. I was looking out here over the window here, and you can see the starter starting to get the board ready to go to give that to him as they get going. But, Greg, we talked about Scott Bales in that 108. He has not completed a lap, so he never came back around. So whatever challenge he had underneath that pace lap really didn't allow him to take the green flag. So he may have either come down on pit road or he still may be out there and they'll have to pick him up after this race.
As Ryan McGrath in the number 77 machine completes another lap and completes that lap as your overall leader. He's got about 10 seconds now on Greg Rogic. McGrath, again, your H-Class leader in his 2008 Porsche 997. Rogic, your SP3 leader. And Rogic, he's got 3 G-Class cars between he and second place in SP3. Ken Agina in his Porsche 944 S2. So a nice little buffer there that he has to work with currently kind of running a little interference with Ken Agina there.
Yeah. We talked about this yesterday. We saw both of them running, during the fall out there in West Virginia at Summit Point, and they battled there as well, right? So you've got them here again, still continuing that battle, continuing to go on through the entire through the entire race here. So looks like we got about 16 minutes left to go in this race for this one. So again, this is where things are starting to go through. You start to see some of these cars going to make passes on other classes within this. This is what happens when you get these multi-class races happening and going on.
All right, Brian, since we've got, we're almost halfway through our first race, let's make a quick call to the grid for our next set of racers.
Green group. To the grid, please, for your sprint race. Green group to the grid.
You know, Greg, I'm going to drop back here just a little bit, and I'm going to talk about Alex Al again. You know, again, he dropped all the way back to 10th, was able to continue on. He's worked his way back up to 6th. So that car, whatever happened in that spin, maybe possible contact, that did not hurt that car because he is starting to reel those in. He is just about 4 seconds behind the next car, which is 5th place, and the 771, that's Daniel Rubel.
Right,
so
and he's
to reel him in.
And he's lapping at about 2 seconds a lap faster than Rubel at this point. So I think still a lot of time for him to get up to the 5th place car in Spec Boxster. Of course, as we know, catching somebody, passing somebody is always
Totally
very different here.
Yep. Trying to see where those two are, see where we could pick them up at. We see a whole host of cars coming down there through turn 12. Through there, I think Alex and them are going to be coming. Alex and Daniel should be coming up behind them here momentarily. We'll have to wait and see them pick them up as they start to move through down in there. But again, as Greg, just as you said, 2 seconds faster. And it's been that way the last couple of laps. So he's taken that gap really from almost a 9-second gap up to that 4-second gap between them. So. A lot of these drivers, Greg, in the last lap to 2 laps have really set their fastest lap of this race. So times are starting to come down a little bit going through this 30-minute race. With this cloud cover, the track is still a little cooler from this morning. It's been very cloudy here all day long. So look for faster times as this race goes on. Those tires start to build heat. The brake starts to build heat. You end up maybe going a little bit deeper in some of these corners, especially down near the hairpin. You're able to get in there just a little bit deeper.
All right, real quick, Jordan, and I think they're coming into turn 3 right now. 2 SP1 machines, Greg Lee and Larry Helm. Greg is in the orange Porsche 944, Larry Helm in the black and orange 944. As again, they have been in having a great battle here for a number of laps right now. And I'm getting word that we're going to a full course caution here at Sebring. Got word that there is a car that pulled off track over by 14. There was a lot of smoke, and apparently, at least corner workers think there may be some fluid down on the track surface as well. Now, thankfully, although there's a 14, there's a little bit of a bend to it. It's a high-speed bend at that, but not necessarily right in the middle of a very tight corner. And there you go. You can see as we've got the emergency services teams responding. Driver is out of the car, and again under full course caution as they try to work the story there. But it looks as though we may have just had a car with some engine issues there. So let's reset the field here, Brian, as we're under full course caution. Your leader, Ryan McGrath, who just turned in the fastest lap of the race. At the time the full course caution came out, about 15 seconds up on Greg Rochik. And not in the same class, Ryan McGrath leading the H class in his Porsche 997. Rochik in the red Porsche 944 S2 leads SP3. Michael Gershon, third overall, is your G-Class leader in the 2001 black Porsche Boxster, with Colin Doherty and Doug Grossman very close behind. If we do go back to green flag racing, Brian, that is likely going to be the race to watch right there. Kenneth Gina running 6th overall, second in SP3. Aurora Strauss, and interesting to see Aurora here racing. Actually, not strange, but Aurora has put in quite a bit of time in the IMSA ranks. In various machines, and actually I should have put 2 and 2 together. We saw Kenny Murillo here yesterday, and I believe that I don't want to go out, but I think they may be associated with one another. So good to see Aurora out here in a 2009 Cayman. That's the 26 machine. John Poor, your leader in GT5, running 8th overall. Jordan Simon, Terrence Judge running 2nd in H, 10th overall in his 964 chassis. That is your top 10 currently out on track. If we look at Porsche Spec Boxster, it is Rob Walker, still your leader. He had built an 11-second advantage over Bernard Nussbaumer, with Sean O'Brien 3rd, Jordan Applebaum 4th, Daniel Rubel 5th.
Yeah, I tell you what, I was looking at the SP1 there, Greg, you were talking about in the 714 with Pat Heptick and then Richard Bennett in that number 16. That was a gap that closed down to almost 0.4 of a second there. That's going to close it up a little bit more in between there. So we'll have to see as we're getting ready for our next group to come in and more than likely come up to the grid here.
You got time.
All right, so we've got just a touch over 9 minutes remaining here in our first of 3 races this morning. We will have 2 more races today that'll take us up to lunchtime, and then we will be back at 2:30 this afternoon with more race coverage for sprint race number 2 for each of our 3 different groups. And so definitely stick with us here today. And I think Brian and Dick, I think we can all agree, yesterday for the activities we had yesterday, I think we had somewhere close to 15,000 views yesterday on the YouTube channel. And how many, Brendan? 5,000 views. Oh, well, we can tell everybody it was 15. I'm always about pumping up my chest, pumping out my chest here. About 5,000 views here for our very first PCA and Porsche Club of America Club Racing live stream. So I want to thank all of you for joining with us. Tell your friends, tell your family. If you haven't done so already, all the young kids say smash that like button, and that will help ensure that more people around the world, not just here in the United States, find out not only about the Porsche Club of America and Porsche of America Club Racing, but they'll find out what great racers you are here.
Indeed, and there's another one coming up at Road Atlanta, which will give them an opportunity to hear my dulcet tones.
That's right.
Again.
That's right. So we've got, so this is the kickoff event. The 48 Hours at Sebring is the kickoff to the 2025 Porsche Club of America Club Racing schedule. Next up on the docket is going to be at Heaven on Earth, Virginia International Raceway, March 21st and 22nd. Also, that very same weekend, in case you're maybe a little bit closer to the West Coast, going to be at Thunder Hill Raceway Park. We will be broadcasting all the action from Virginia International Raceway, so make sure to join us for that. And then April 11th and 12th, we're going to be joining Dick once again, and we'll be at beautiful Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for all the racing action there. But such a full schedule, 24 events that run from the end of January, beginning of February, all the way until November. And you can find out more if you go to PCAclubracing.org. schedule in particular /schedule, but head on over to PCAclubracing.org to find out all about the PCA Club Racing program. All right, so it sounds like, Dick, let's go make another call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll update people on what's happening on the track here as well.
Green group to the grid, please, for your race. Green group to the grid, please.
And I want to thank, looks like Ed Diaz says he's having lots of fun. Hope to be able to follow more events in the future. Thank you so much, Ed. Mike Kelly, so good friend of Brian's and I from the Washington, D.C. area. I know he flags a lot of Porsche Club events up at our home track, Summit Point Raceway. So good to see you, Brian, or pardon me. See, look, I called him Brian now, too. Yeah, Mike Kelly. Oh, my God, the games begin. So we just had up on screen, you saw, it looks as though the rollback has taken that battle-injured Porsche back to the paddock. The safety crews now are inspecting the condition of the track surface. Again, we had heard reports from the flaggers there that there might be some fluid down on the track, so they're doing their best to check that out, and if need be, they will bring out the kitty litter and try and dry that fluid up. As the safety car now bringing the field through Jean de Beyond the curves just before they come onto the Ullman Straight. Actually, the S's here before they get to the Le Mans curve over turn 16.
Well, you know, you can really tell that car really was an expiration of the motor, because they're all the way back in the back. They're just getting into that turn, cleaning up from there. So it looks like that's where it expired. And then it just, obviously just rolled to a stop a little bit further down. So that was an expiration of a motor right there.
Yes, and there was a lot of smoke.
Yeah.
Yes. The smoke that was let out, which is usually not a good thing. And I wanted to point out, hopefully you saw it there, the beautiful safety car, the Porsche Panamera safety car provided by Champion Porsche. Beautiful machine and well suited here to pacing these fields. And you'll notice here that the lights are still on the pace car or safety car, which tells us that we are going to have at least one more lap under caution. Of course, given the extent of the emergency services crew doing the track inspection right now, should be expected. And so, as we mentioned, Ryan McGrath in the number 77 Porsche 997, directly behind that safety car. He leads the field. He's your H-Class leader. I think we talked about the majority of the fields here. I don't think we mentioned 911 Cup, Brian, for our early 80s, early mid 80s Porsche 911s. Dwayne Moses in the 764 911 SC is your leader, with Scott Giano, Rob Trollinger, your top three. In GT5, John Poor, your leader over Brian Berry. In SP3, Greg Rochick over Kenagino. We talked about that previously. Dennis Hiffman, Gary Stanberry, Robert Linder, your top five. And and as we were talking about that SP3 battle, where Rochick is your second place driver overall, he still has that little bit of a rear guard there with our top three G-Class leaders sitting between he and Kenagina. So giving him maybe a little bit of breathing room once the green flag comes out. But if Gershon Doherty and Crossman, get a good start, that could really put his lead in jeopardy.
Yeah. We also got another car being towed in from way back in the back. I can see there an orange and black one there. Being towed. I can't see the number here. They're just getting ready to come. So it looks like we had several cars that were out there. That actually may be the 108 from earlier, Scott Bales. I'm not 100% sure. It's kind of hard to see, but that he's driving a white one. This is an orange and black one that's being towed in. I also talked about real quick before we get going back to green, I talked about Lawson Wilder. He only completed 4 laps. So obviously something in that start reared its ugly head as the race went on. So we are only getting 4 laps there.
Well, all right. I am getting word now, Brian, that and Dick, that when our racers come out of turn 17, well, not only will they not have the safety car in front of them, the lights are going to be extinguished on this lap. We will be going to green flag 1 lap to the checker.
Which will really bring in, some of these races now, because you've got multi-classes in between there.
Green group, last call to the grid for your sprint race. Green group, last call to the grid.
Yeah, so Greg, now that, when we go back green here, you've got cars intertwined within different groups. So some of the faster cars have got to really work around if they want to kind of move up those positions where when that double yellow came out, they may have been either getting ready to make a pass there or they got stuck in a little bit with the traffic. So this start is really going to be interesting.
Yeah, and as we have the cameras focused here on turn 16 on the Le Mans curve coming out onto the Ullman Straight, Brian, we can see how much these drivers are leaning on the suspensions, trying to get some heat in the tires after an extended length of time under full course caution, because when that green flag comes out, they're going to have to deal with whatever shape that car is in. So the more heat that they can get in, either by leaning and really leaning on the car through the corners or using the brakes, that's what they want to do. Pace car, safety car, back on the pit lane. Green flag is now in the air, and you see at least a couple cars trying to make runs around the outside, Brian. Drivers, they don't have to wait until they get to the start-finish line to start racing. Once that green flag came out of the starter stand, the yellow flags dropped at every single corner, and you can see where there are a couple racers trying to keep, maybe catch the people ahead of them sleeping.
And if they had good vision, they saw that the starter was also saying 1 last lap.
That's it. 1 to go. 3 3/4 miles. Closer to 3 3/4 miles to go. 17. Well, now for our leader Ryan McGrath, actually about 7 corners left to go as he's coming under braking down into the hairpin. But great run there, and we know Mike Kelly noticing that the Applebaum car made a great start there. Jordan Applebaum at the line, moving up in the 4th position. Alex Au moving up in the 5th, and I think they both cut Daniel Rubel out on that restart as Rubel drops now to 6th in Spec Boxster.
Yeah, it should be a pretty good finish there, especially in that Spec Boxster. And you're right, those two really got on the gas pretty quickly, and they were actually in 17 when your leader Ryan McGrath took that green, so they knew where they needed to be able to get around there. So pretty good start by both of those drivers.
Yeah, and of course with that restart, Brian, you don't have drive-arounds like in IMSA. I'm losing my voice. Like in IMSA, we have a lot of these classes now all mixed up as some of the faster cars that were in our first group had started to intermingle with the Spec Boxsters.
Right. That's what I'm saying. You've got some of these cars now that are going to be in between some of these other classes, and you've got to really work hard, especially knowing you only have 1 lap to go if you want to move up in position here. As our now leaders are now coming through 16 down the Ullman Straight, they should be coming through 17 here momentarily. That will be Ryan McGrath in that, I believe he is in that H class in here. So he's definitely going to be receiving the checkered flag here along with all of the others. So it's going to be races in some last class battles.
All right, checkered flag being displayed by our starter as Ryan McGrath comes out of turn 17. And Ryan McGrath, he is going to take the checkered flag. He is your overall winner. He wins the H class. Greg Rochik, just about 2.5 seconds in arrears. He's going to win SP3. Michael Gershon holds off Colin Doherty and Doug Crossman to take the win in the G class. Finishes 3rd overall. Kenagina will finish 5th, 2nd in SP3. Your winner in GT5 is John Poor. He'll finish 7th overall And then we've got Terrence Judge finishing 8th overall, 2nd in the class to Ryan McGrath. And your winner in 911 Cup, that is Dwayne Moses in the number 764 Porsche 911 SC, with Gary Stanberry finishing 3rd in SP3, 10th overall in his Porsche 968.
Tell you what, you talk about Spec Boxster, Greg. Rob Walker in that 171 machine. He's going to pick up Spec Boxster win. The 001 of Bernard Nussmeier, he's going to pick up the 2nd position. Alex Au goes all the way from following all the way down into 10th position in class, all the way up to get the last step in the podium in that number 79 machine.
Wow, as he got around Sean O'Brien as well on that last lap, moving up to 3rd. So that's going to be your podium there. Great restart, great last lap for him. When you're under stress, that was a great move there. In GT5, John Poor will take the win over Brian Berry. In SP3, I think we mentioned Greg Rochik and Ken Agina. Gary Stanberry finishing 3rd in class. Dennis Hiffman just off the podium with Robert Linder finishing in 5th position. In 911 Cup, it was Dwayne Moses, who we spoke about, taking the win. Rob Trollinger finishing 2nd. Scott Gianu finishing 3rd. And Fred Beasley finishing in 4th. And then finally in SP1, and yes, I will get his first name correct this time because gosh knows, as he's been working up in race control, he can make my life pretty difficult for the rest of the day. Pat Hepnick is your winner in his red 1986 Porsche 944. Pete Yusko will finish 2nd. He was in the 571 machine also. All of these drivers in SP1 are driving 944s. So Yusko finishes 2nd, 1.8 seconds back. And then at the line, only 3 seconds back in 3rd place, Richard Bennett with Jeff Wiggins, who ran his fastest lap of the race on the very last lap, another 0.3 back, finishing just off the podium. But he's going to have another chance this afternoon as race number 2 for our yellow group, scheduled to get underway at 2:30 this afternoon. But first, we've got 2 more sprints this morning, one for our green group, one for our red. The 5-minute warning has just been given on the grid. So, Dick, Brian, let's take a quick little break. Thanks to our partners and sponsors. And when we come back, we'll bring you more action here from Sebring International Live on Driver's Eye Live. It is the 32nd annual 48 Hours at Sebring.
Champion Porsche is the proud presenting sponsor of the PCA 48 Hours of Sebring. Since our founding in 1988, our passion for luxury and performance has turned our Poplar Beach home into the largest and top-ranked premier Porsche center in America. Today, Champion Porsche buys, sells, and services Porsche vehicles of all types and serves as a central hub for all things Porsche and Porsche Motorsport. Whether you're located in South Florida or around the world, visit us online at champion-porsche.com or check out our motorsports offerings at championmotorsport.com.
Suncoast Porsche is the greater Tampa Bay area's home of legalized adrenaline. Our Sarasota dealership is not just a place to find your next Porsche. With our commitment to exceptional customer service and car shopping made easy, our Suncoast Porsche Parts and Accessories brand offers a selection of the latest and greatest parts available for your modern or classic Porsche. Whether you're looking to personalize, upgrade, or repair your car, we offer both original Porsche parts and aftermarket options at great pricing. Visit us today at suncoastporsche.com to learn more.
Featherlight Coaches blends yacht-quality materials and components with leading-edge technology to help craft the ultimate motor coach. Our experience and knowledge gained from hundreds of builds is evident in the beauty and luxury of every motor coach, delivering quality luxury for the open road. Our builds' stunning looks are just the tip of the iceberg for the signature Featherlight yacht-quality fit and finish. Visit us at featherlightcoaches.com to shop and learn more.
Race Parts Express offers a wide variety of performance and safety parts for your race cars. In addition to our extensive catalog, we are also a recommended servicer for FEV fire suppression systems in both customer and factory Porsche racing vehicles. To learn more and shop, visit our website at RP Express, that's RP, the letter X, press.com, or call us at 828-428-0820 today. Stable Energies takes pride in offering racers the very best in motorsport performance and safety equipment since 1978. Owner Bob Kikasik has been a PCA member for over 35 years and started club racing with PCA during its very first first season. Located in northern New Jersey, Stable Energy stocks a wide variety of racing gear and motorsport products from top quality brands like O&P, Alpine Stars, Bell, Hans, Schroth, Paget, and Bray Kraus. Stable Energies is a master distributor for Recaro and the U.S. importer for safety devices roll cages, as well as the Eastern U.S. distributor for RSS Porsche performance parts. You can shop with Stable Energies on their website, stableenergies.com. You can call and speak to a knowledgeable salesperson. They're happy to answer any of your questions. Or you can have one-on-one personal attention at their retail location just 10 minutes from New York City. PCA members receive special deals, so be sure to mention PCA Club Racing. Whether your fire system needs to be serviced, you need advice about a new race seater radio system, or you want to try on the coolest looking new driver suits, Stable Energies has you covered.
Goes it?
I'd like some better light. Okay.
Yeah.
Kevin.
Hi, Ken.
Ken.
Nice to meet you.
I think we're from previous years.
Yeah, I've been coming here 15 years for this event. Just finally moved to Florida 6 years ago.
Oh, what part?
Bradenton.
Okay. I live here. This is where I live.
Yeah, when I retired, it was time to get out of the snow.
Yeah. But this year, well, y'all didn't get. Well, you got.
We didn't get snow, but we got some 2 weeks ago or a week before last, whatever. We were getting lows about 35 and highs about 49.
Yep, and it was like, no.
And I know over there, 60, the down jackets come out.
Yeah, it was the first time I can remember going to work like for 8 days in a row. That was in the 40s. I was like, hey.
Oh yeah. Well, I teach bird photography.
Oh, cool.
And I had people coming down. They said I could have stayed up north and got this.
I follow Orlando Wetlands, and they were like, I guess it was yesterday or the day before was the first warm day, and so it was packed, and like, everyone's not going to brave that cold.
I don't know. I go out in the rain, cold, whatever.
Yeah, that's me here. I'm like, I got my gear, got everything in there, in my bag every time, take it, I'm ready.
I just keep a rain suit to go in the car always. I bring a more comfortable one for the photography with better shoulder room and stuff.
Yeah.
That I carry with me in and out.
Just breathable. It's just always so.
Yeah, I tell you the worst place I've ever done photography, Birmingham down at Barber.
Oh yeah?
In August.
Oh no, yeah.
Have you ever been there?
No, I've seen
It's
pictures.
in a pit. It's an old landfill, so it's below the surface level of the thing. There is no breeze.
I was gonna say it just hangs in there, but at least there's color in the fall.
Oh yeah.
It's like around here it's just green. Green. And they'll fix the signs when fancy things come to town, because like the end sign wasn't there. As you can see, Michelin is back right here.
Yeah. Well, they're going to start really doing. There was over there planting stuff in the median because you got the 12-hour coming up.
Yep. Just put all mulch in, and then, like off the road that's behind the pits that was off, and so they've leveled that. I'm like, oh, must be having company.
Well, the other good thing that's happened to them is, like it or not, IMSA with NASCAR is putting money into the joint.
Yeah.
They need to just knock that whole tail down and put a better one up. So they can paint it just like putting lipstick on a pig. This day is gone.
Bigger would, I don't know if they could go higher.
They don't need to go higher. They just need to go better. It doesn't need to be super fancy or anything like that. It just needs to be not old.
Well, it's only, well, it's 2004, 5, something like that.
Yeah, but it has not been kept up.
Oh, I haven't been.
Welcome back, everybody, to Sebring International Raceway. It is the 48 Hours at Sebring, the 32nd annual 48 Hours at Sebring, presented by Champion Porsche, as well as the Gold Coast and Suncoast regions of the Porsche Club of America. And should say that this is the 70th anniversary of the Porsche Club of America, dedicated to enhancing the Porsche ownership experience, no matter what your interest, social, technical, or competitive. PCA has something to offer you. All right, we've got our next run group out on track, and that Champion Porsche machine, the safety car, now underway with the field behind. Let's run down the starting order. We had in this group 43 drivers set qualifying times. I'm going to give you the top 30. Starting 30th, driving the number 747 GTB1 Porsche Cayman, Brad Weber. Jordan Bartolotti will start 29th, also in a 2014 Cayman. That is also a GTB1 machine. David Cotu is going to start 28th today. David is in the number 188 GTB1 Cayman, with John Dunsky, starting 27th. John is in the number 447 yellow Porsche Cayman. All right, next up, we have Claudio Kempf. He's going to start 26th today. He's in the number 66. 1970 911 with Bahar Yani starting 25th. He's in the number 73 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport. Tim O'Mara is going to start 24th today. Tim is driving the number 132 GTB1 Cayman with Walter Jessic starting 23rd. Walter's in the number 148 SP 997. That's the white and green machine. We mentioned that because Weston Jessic is starting 22nd in the 131 997. That's the gray car. Then we got Francis Florido starting 21st. Francis is in the number 481 white Porsche Cayman with Russell Motorana starting 20th. Russell's in the 726 black Cayman S. Then we've got Nicholas Giger, who is starting 19th today, driving the number 111 Cayman GT4S Club Sport with Mitch Bowling starting 18th. Mitch is in the number 51 Porsche Cayman. Del Alray starting 17th. Del's in the number 791 Cayman S. That's the silver car with Jimmy Martin starting 16th. Jimmy's driving the number 157 white GT4 Club Sport. Then we've got Kyle Hoyer. Kyle is starting 15th. Kyle is in a 2010 Porsche Cayman. That is the number 61 machine. Nicole Robichaud is starting 14th. Nicole's driving the number 90 black and teal Cayman GT4 Club Sport, while Angus Rogers starts to Nicole's left, driving the number 9 Porsche Cayman S in 13th position. Kevin Sear starting 12th, driving the number 194 GTB1 Cayman with Ed Dunn, also in GTB1, driving the number 98 2014 Cayman. He starts 11th, starting on the outside of row number 5, driving the 08 Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport. The white GTD2 machine is driven by Max DeAngelis. Rami Farid is starting 9th today. Rami is in the number 53 silver and red GT4 Club Sport, also in GTD2, as is Mark Cook. Mark is driving the white Club Sport in the number 581 machine, starting 8th. Griff Esplund driving the 087 black and orange Club Sport in GTD1. Griff starts 7th, with Brent Esplund starting in 6th position. Brent is driving the number 85 white GT4 RS Club Sport, a GTD3 machine. Also in GTD3, starting 5th today, driving the number 751 white GT4S Club Sport is Chris Dooley. And now for your front 2 rows, driving the white, gold, and black GT4 RS Club Sport in GTD3, the number 19 machine of Roland Krantz. Starting 3rd, driving the number 117 blue GT4 RS Cayman, it is Mark Calceretta. And now for your front row, driving the number 199 white GT4S Club Sport in GT3, it's Jeffrey Isringhausen. And your pole sitter for today's second race of the morning, driving the number 244 blue GTD3 GT4 RS Club Sport, it's Jens Hansen.
9 different groups again here in our green group here for their 30-minute race. So again, a lot of multi-class different racers in this group here. So we're going to see a lot of nip and tuck battles going back and forth, Greg. And I think you're going to see that GTD3. That's going to be the one I think is going to be the closest race.
All right, as our pole sitter Hansen with Isringhausen to his right come out of turn 17 onto the front straight. The starter is looking over the field, looking to see that they're nice, gridded up 2 by 2. Green flag is in the air, and we're racing once again here at Sebring. Is Brian just a couple rows back through the field. We had Chris Dooley, Mark Clark, and Griff Esplund side by side. We'll see if that continues as they come down into turn 1, where the black 244 of Henson leads the way there over Isringhausen and Calceretta, all in GTD3.
Tell you what, a little bit further back, they're still 3 wide coming out of turn 1, heading up into turn 2 and turn 3. I tell you what, there's a lot of give and take right now, Greg, but you can't give too much because somebody else is going to take it.
Dick, didn't look like there's a lot of room to take there as they were 3 wide coming through turn 3. Very hectic.
That is not necessarily a friendly place to be 3 abreast.
No, and we saw at least one car take a wide set. He came in from driver's left, realized there was probably driver's right.
Yeah.
There was nowhere to turn in. He just took the rim shot as far around on the concrete as he could, and found a nice little gap for himself. But even here, under braking, they're going three wide. With at least one car making a very late braking maneuver coming down into the hairpin. We'll see if he's able to pick up spots, because I think things are going to probably close down on him going into the hairpin.
As it now looks like as they get to the backside of this racetrack, it does look like they're going to start to get single file in some spots. In some spots, they're still going to try to go too wide there, trying to make that pass coming over into driver's left. One car going really wide there in turn 12. We'll have to see whether or not they're going to have to hold on or they're just going to have to give up the space. But everybody's starting to get back single file. Now it's time to get ready to go here. Get some heat in those tires, get some heat in those brakes, and turn around and take off and go.
All right, as our top GTD3 drivers are moving now through turn 16, coming onto the Ullman straight, onto that very long, bouncy back straight here. And you know, we're seeing the entrance to that corner at turn 16, Brian. The exit is very, very difficult. We saw a couple racers early on go through the dirt and grass there. There's a lot of tire wall there to make sure that you don't turn in too early. Run left. The big tendency is you come off the track and, you know, to try and hook the wheel to get back on. But great start for Kevin Sear in the GTB1 machine. The number 194 car gets around Ed Dunn there to take the lead, and he's got not much of a lead now, only about 3/10 here at the start. He is running 10th overall.
Start to get down through here, starting our second lap here, Greg. I was looking back a little bit further in that GTD2 with Mark Cook, Remy Faird. Mark Cook getting around Remy Faird. Now he's starting to open that up by about 1.7 seconds. Again, getting in between some of these GT3 cars, GTD3 cars, really starting to open up that gap.
Yeah, and indeed, and that was just ahead of that GTB1 battle. They are currently slotted in now 8th and 9th overall. And Rami had started off in 9th position, so he moves up, and Mark Cook started off in 8th. So again, it looks like Rami making up at least one position here, getting around Max DeAngelis there at the start. And I think the issue is DeAngelis actually did not have a very strong start, Dick. DeAngelis, he started this race, qualified 10th on the outside of row number 5, and it looks like he's lost a couple positions, maybe 3 positions here in the opening lap.
I think that was the thing we saw going through turn 12, where DeAngelis was kind of driver's right there, getting moved out, Greg, when they were side by side, because he's dropped back to 13th overall from his original 10th starting position. Let these guys get kind of single filed out now. Now it becomes where they're going to start racing, you know, as much as they can right now. Now our tires are up to temperatures, Dick. Our brakes are kind of getting up to temperatures. You can see just the load they're putting on there coming through turn 16 on that left side of that car as they start to head down that Allman Straight and get down into 17. You've got to be able to hit that just right before you get in here to 17 and you start hitting the bumps. And next thing you know, you're bouncing up and down like you're doing an off-road race right there.
Yes, and it helps a lot when they get separated like this, so there's room to maneuver and follow the proper line.
You see a variance of lines, especially coming down in the 17. It looks like we're going to have a little side-by-side action going in there, right there in the front there. That may be the battle between Isringhausen and Krantz in that 199 and that 19 machine. We'll have to see if we can pick them two up. But I tell you what, that was almost looking to make that dive into driver's left to get up underneath it. Thought better of it, had to get hard on the brakes. But as we talked about, when you come through 17, we got one car that may have gone two wheels off there coming out of turn 5, Craig.
And Bart, I was going to say, I think that's actually, you mentioned Krantz in the white, gold, and black machine, but I think it might be Mark Calzaretta. I think that's the battle for third currently. But look at this, just a little bit further back. And I think this is actually a number of racers in multiple classes. We've got Jordan Bortolotti out in GTB1, who's running second in class currently with Peter Habestad. Also in GTB1, Claudio Camp and Luis Acevedo there as well, all in very close proximity.
So there you can see, I mean, when you get 9 different classes right here, you're going to get bunched up with other cars, and you've got to be able to maneuver around those to set yourself apart from the other drivers in your class. So that's what makes this type of racing that much better in terms of having some fun out there, but you also have to make sure that you are careful when you're going around through there. Obviously, our GT3 class is kind of the top class in this green group. So those drivers will start to separate themselves out a little bit more as we go through. And last time by, Greg, Jens Hansen in that 244 machine set the fastest lap of the race right now with that 2:10.167.
Yeah, so he is definitely now trying to pull away from the rest of the field. He's opened up as they cross the line about 2.5 seconds over Isringhausen, over Isringhausen, I'm sorry. And Isringhausen also gapping Krantz and Calzaretta, but Calzaretta still sticking right under the rear bumper of Roland Krantz. Of course, the GTD3 class made up of the latest 2024 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sports, a race prepared machine. They're all on Pirelli tires, and they have to conform to Porsche's initial factory specs on these cars. So all identically prepared. As we've got a driver who runs a little bit wide coming through turn 5, going into the carousel there to the slight bend in turn 6. But again, very, very close racing a little bit further back in that GTD3 field. We've also got Chris Dooley and Brent Esplund, and Esplund has fallen a little bit off the pace this morning here. Did not have a very strong start.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jens, I was looking up to see what they did in warm-up this morning when he went out, and he was running in the 2:13 kind of time range. He's now at 2:10. So again, that car a little bit better here as the sun starts to peek through some of these clouds. So half this racetrack is in the sun, half this racetrack, Dick, is still in the shade. So you're still got a little bit cooler temperatures than it was yesterday. So they're obviously going to go a little bit faster today.
That was the forecast also, to be not quite as warm as yesterday, and the cloud cover.
Yeah, and we're seeing that there as we take a look at Jean de Bian, the turns 14 and 15, little S's complex. Kind of darkened view there in the to the north of the racetrack here. Actually, I guess that's the east of the racetrack. Again, not the sun that we had out there. Still a little bit of a breeze, but definitely different conditions on track.
Yeah, to our left would be the west.
To the left would be the west, to the right would be our east, to the in front of us would be the north. So what does that make behind us? Unimportant. Oh, south. That's right.
You guys could have seen Greg. He was up here doing his dial with his hands.
I have enough trouble counting to 10. If I have to worry about northeast, south, or west, we've already established I have issues even with GPS systems. I don't trust them. But all right, we are now working lap number 5 here for our racers at the front of the field. Jens Hansen, now has opened up his lead over Isringhausen to 3.3 seconds. About 3 seconds then back to Krantz. And starting to see Mark Calceretta fall back just a little bit that last time from Roland Krantz. Now is the gap has expanded to about 6 car lengths, Brian. So a little bit of a difference there.
Yeah, about 1.4 seconds. So yeah, I think you're right. I mean, could be just setting itself up here. Again, we still got about 19, just under 20 minutes left to go. So I think that Mark, we've seen Mark before. We've seen him do this, fall back, let the tires cool off for a lap or two, and then turn around and put it right back in and pick up that time. So we'll have to see. And it could have been that he may have been making a pass on somebody and just not able to get around at a certain point. So we'll see whether or not Calzaretta is going to be able to run Roland Krantz back down in that 19 machine. That would be the last podium spot in that GTD3.
All right, I'm trying to pick up, and I'll see if I can get them when they cross the line here again, and maybe we can pick up this battle on track. It is the battle for 6th in GTB1. That's for 3.4 liter Cayman S's, 3.6 liter 911s that are manufactured prior to 2016. Open tires, open suspension, and springs. And the last time I saw them come by, we had Kyle Hoyer in the 61 black Cayman, Tim O'Mara in his white Cayman, the 132 car, Mitch Boland, also in a Cayman, a white Cayman, and Lawrence Trunk, and all 4 of them were separated by about 2 car lengths.
Yeah.
Great little fight going on. As a matter of fact, that
may be them coming down.
Yeah, I think that may be them now coming into 17.
Yeah. Right there in that picture. We're going to go side by side coming out of there, so we'll see if we can't pick that up and see what those numbers are.
Yeah, there goes Ed Dunn and Kevin Sear, who are leaders in GTB1.
It's actually Angus Rogers and Nicholas Guerreri that we were talking about there coming out of 17. Yep. So that's the side-by-side battle we saw coming out.
Okay, so I think we've got Hoyer, O'Mara, Bowling coming up now, and there we go. They just crossed the stripe. Mitch Bowling now getting ahead of Kyle Hoyer. Bowling in the white 2014 Cayman, and he's actually got Francis Florido's a couple seconds ahead, but Kyle Hoyer just behind in a black Cayman, the 61 machine. Lawrence Trunk in a silver Cayman, and I think they're all now coming down here into turn 3.
In there, you talk about that. You talk about that battle there, but I was looking at Roland Krantz, Greg. I think they actually have a car for sale sitting out here. So
do they?
If you want to get into it.
I thought you wanted to get into it.
Let me get into it when I saw that sticker price.
Not on the announcer's pay, announcer salary, right? Hey, want to welcome Streak 986 into the chat, and he calls out not somebody on track right now, Brian, but the legend Ken Hills, photographer.
Yeah, Ken Hills is here.
Yeah, good friend of ours. I think we had him trackside. I thought maybe he picked him up in that shot over by the hairpin. But Ken is out here. Ken used to spend some time up in the Washington, D.C. area, and saw some great shots that he put together from last night's night sprint. Beautiful, beautiful photography. And he does a lot of nature photography as well. And good to see Ken. We've got Stuart McAleer, noted racer in the field, cheering on Roland Krantz.
Stuart will be here in another month, right?
Should be for the 12-hour.
Yeah. Watching the stream, you picking up a little tips and tricks.
Well,
not that he has to pick up tips.
No,
and tricks,
certainly not.
He's picking up some tips and tricks.
But we're 4 times more important here with the 48 hours of Sebring. So just remember that. Remember that, Stuart.
That's your story, and you're sticking.
I'm sticking to it. That's something I'm gonna die on, I think. All right, we've got now just about 15 minutes remaining here in this race, so let's make a call to the grid for our final sprint race of the morning.
Red group. To the grid, please. Red group. To the grid.
All right, as we pick up the action again, let's take a look at the front of the field here. It's Jens Hansen in the 244 Porsche GT4S Club Sport. He's your overall and GTD3 leader. He's now opened up a little bit more of an advantage over Jeffrey Isringhausen. The lead now up to a little bit over 4.5 seconds. Roland Krantz about 3 back from there. And Mark Calzaretta now falling about 3.5 seconds off of Roland Krantz. That's your top 4 in GTD3. Griff Asplund now is your leader in GTD1, and he is running 7th overall. Your leader in GTD2, Mark Cook, in the 581 machine. He's running 8th overall, and he's got now about 3.5 seconds over Rami Farid, who is running 2nd in class, 9th overall. In GTB1, Ed Dunn is your leader. He's got about 2.5 seconds over Kevin Sear. They're running 10th and 11th, while Weston Jessic, your leader in SP 997, running 12th overall.
You know, Greg, we look through all of these battles, and right now, you know, kind of the overall leader in each of those groups have kind of extended that lead out, but it's more of where we've gotten to the point where, you know, these drivers are really starting to wind down here with just under 14 minutes to go, Dick. You know, your leaders in each group, as I was mentioning, they're out there. They've got to, you know, the closest battle there for that overall lead in those classes is about 2.5 seconds and starting to stretch out. Now you've got your 2nd and your 3rd place drivers. They're starting to battle with other groups that are in here trying to make that maneuver to get up, to get that clean air, and they just can't get it done. So you can see from the timing and scoring, you can see where they're starting to spread out a little bit more.
It's part of the challenge of club racing with the Porsche Club is the different speeds around you pretty much every race. You're going to have multiple classes. And have to learn to adapt.
Yeah, I mean that's what makes this sport, you know, overall, when you have the multi-class racing, it's more of not only are you driving your car, but you've got to understand where that other driver, and some of these drivers may or may not. A lot of these drivers have, because they've been in this club for a while. They've been around each other. They know what that other person can and can't do. They know what that car can and can't do. Some of them have driven those before, so they know what's going on. You get somebody who's come down here for the very first time, never raced down here before. Now you've got to tiptoe around that driver.
Yeah. And many of the club racers are longtime participants, and they know the next guy next to them, which helps. They know what to expect.
Yeah. And again, it's about being predictable as much as possible.
Yeah.
You know, I've heard so many driver coaches and everything else. We got one car going down the front stretch here. That's the number 29 machine. Pretty slow. Looks like may have had a problem. That's James Wilson in that 718 Cayman, having a problem going down the front stretch. There he goes just now through turn 1. So again, maybe backing out of it and just trying to get to the end of this. That's a GT2 car. But it's about being predictable. It's about running the lines. And, you know, as we said, you end up you've raced with these drivers. Some of them have come up through those different classes as well, so they know what the car can and can't do.
And they know what to expect from some of their fellow racers.
Right. Mm-hmm. And again, we talked about this earlier on too. It becomes a family, so you're actually talking to those drivers. It's not you're not going back to your paddock and just waiting around for your next race and working on your car. You may be out helping somebody else if they have a problem. So as we look here with just under 11 minutes left to go, Jen Hansen in that number 244 machine, leading over the 199 of Jeffrey Isringhausen. That's opened up to about 6 seconds. That's your GTD3 leaders. Roland Krantz still sitting in third. Mark Calzaretta in that 117 machine. He's in fourth. Chris Dooley is in fifth. Then you got Brent Sponge, and then you got to go all the way back to seventh before we get to our next kind of class within here, and that's the GTD1, and that's Griff Sponge.
All right, real quick, Brian, let's take a quick little pause. We're going to call our next race group, our final race group of the morning, to the grid.
Red group. This will be your last call to the grid. Red group to the grid, please, for your sprint race.
All of a sudden, all I could think of was The Shining for some reason. All right. I got a good laugh out of Dick with that one. All right. Red rum. All right. Let's take a look here. Now, as we're just under 10 minutes remaining in this 30-minute sprint race.
Good battle going down into the hairpin there, but I think that's a lot of different groups and cars.
Sure.
That's not somebody within that group. You may have some 2 or 4 behind, but it does take the ability to get around, especially going down in there, because as they pull off the corner, you work on that drive off. You almost have to stay in line to get through there till you get to the open spot.
All right, another race, and Director Jordan will let you know when they come by. Battle in GTB1 between a number of Caymans here. Lawrence Trunk, who just ran his fastest lap of the race, is in a silver Cayman. Peter Habestad in a green Cayman, and Luis Acevedo in a blue and yellow Cayman. That is currently the battle for 10th in GTB1. Yeah, I think they're actually coming down into, yep. I was going to say, I think they're coming down in the 7, Jordan, down towards the hairpin. Yep, there's the blue and yellow car, and likely is that a white and red machine afterwards. And then a good little battle between Bartolotti, Brad Weber, and David Kutu, just a little bit further behind for 13th in class. But, as you say here, Brian and Dick, you always seem to find strong racing from the front to the back of the field. We've got a car that's just gone off.
There. Yep. Looking a little bit further back, and you were talking about that GTB1 with Peter.
And getting word that's the 751, sounds like the 751 machine that has gone off. At least that's what our corner workers called it.
That would be Chris Dooley, and that would be actually in 5th overall and 5th in the GTD3 class. Going back there, I was looking a little bit further back. The big battle that was on the racetrack coming by the start-finish line in that 28 of Peter Havestad, 447 of John Dunsky, and then Jordan Bartolotti. They were almost 2-3 wide coming off of 17, coming down through the start-finish line. I think this is them here coming through right now, coming through turn 9
and heading into 10. And what did you say, Dick? That there's never a good line through 17?
Yeah. That's it.
So when you're 3 wide, then it certainly can't be good. Look at this fight now coming out through turn 12. They're going to come hard under braking into turn 13 right here. This is the tower turn with the greatest elevation in all of Sebring, not just at the track. I think for probably about 6 miles square. There you go, that little rise right off the top. And getting a little bit loose there. Common for drivers to drop a wheel coming out of that corner as they try to open up the corner as much as possible, carry speed onto the Flying Fortress straight.
Yeah, pretty big group of cars right there. Again, just about 6 minutes left to go. We'll have to see. But again, you can just see just the way the cars just dig in that left front to help that car turn coming out of 16 to get down the straight. Let's keep an eye on these guys because you can see some flashing of the lights here. especially when they're going past some of the cars. And I think one of them there has an issue, and that may be Chris Dooley that spun earlier on, getting ready to come down the pit road.
Yeah, we'll see if he comes across along the wall and comes down. Although that might have been the 848 machine, Brian. I think he was just trying to signal that
Get out of the way.
Yeah, that he's trying to work his way through traffic. That 848 car, that is
Dooley.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, that's Dooley, who I think ended up dropping down through the field, as you mentioned, after having some issues over at turn 5, and I guess trying to let everybody know.
338. So that would be Lawrence Trunk Jr. that was in the pit.
Right.
So I think that is the one that I think we may have seen that
possible
that spun, because I don't think that was Chris Dooley there. Dooley's in a white Cayman, and this one was the gray. So yeah, that would
okay. That would make sense.
That would be the 338 there, Lawrence Trunk, and the silver Cayman. Man, I'm out here on the racetrack, and you're telling me I've spun. You look back at some of these racers. I think with in that GT3 race with Charles Liu in that 079 and 447, Dick, I tell you what, that gap now is closed all the way down to 0.6 of a second. That's for the lead. We'll have to pick that up. Charles Liu in the white Cayman GT4, and then John Dunsky in that 447 machine in the yellow machine. I think they're part of that group. That may be them coming now here through here. It looks like a yellow and a red machine. That may be them there coming as part of that entire group. But Charles Liu leading only by 0.6 of a second last time by over the 447 John Dunsky in that GT3. And again, a gaggle of cars coming down into 17 here. Going to go side by side there, but then you pick that up, and you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, there's 10, 15 cars there amongst, 2 or 3 different groups there, Dick, coming out. And again, here's that line we talked about, somebody going over the bump or going away from the bump thing, and I can get further going out that way. There goes Charles Liu there, and then John Dunsky just now past the start-finish line again, still 0.6 of a second behind him.
All right, gentlemen, I'm getting word now that Jeff Hansen or whoever may be leading when they come out of 17 and onto the front straight, they will see the 1 to go marker here. So time is running down as Hansen is, I believe, heading over, just came out of the hairpin. We did have a driver, and I saw it there just for a moment at our turn 3 camera, a car that spun down by turn 1, and it looks like they are now pulling off. And I'll see if I can get the car number on that in just a moment.
They're parked up the fence. I think they'll go ahead and leave that there, through the rest of this race. They won't make a...
Well, with only 1 lap remaining, I think that's that would be preferable, of course.
Yeah. It looked like he was in a pretty safe spot.
Yeah, exactly.
And getting word that is the 81 car that has pulled off over at turn 1.
The 81 or maybe the 481? Maybe?
Possibly the 4. They called in 81, yeah. But I think you're right. That probably Francis Florido in the 481. All right, as our leader now comes out of turn 17, Jens Hansen. He is going to see the checkered flag. And Hansen now coming out of the final corner, out of the Sunset Bend, onto the front straight. He's got a lot of cars with him. And there he is, the 3rd car in line, that dark blue GT4S Club Sport of Jens Hansen. He takes the overall win. He's going to win GTD 3. Coming across the line is the 199 of Jeffrey Isringhausen. Isringhausen in his GT4S Club Sport will finish 2nd overall, and in GTD 3, Roland Krantz will finish in 3rd. Mark Calceretta will finish in 4th. Chris Dooley, then, as we mentioned, will finish in 5th. And then Brent Asplund will come in 6th. All of our top 6 drivers in GTD 3. Griffithsplund, we're waiting. He's going to come across the line here momentarily. Griffithsplund should be your winner in GTD 1. He had about 10 seconds on Mark Cook, our GTD 2 leader. We're waiting for them to come out of 17 here. Here they come down the back straight, and I believe that indeed is Griffithsplund in the 087 981 GT4 Club Sport. Being shown the checkered flag now. Indeed, that is the 087 machine. Mark Cook should be next across the line as he comes down the straight, and he will finish with the win in GTD 2. And he's going to hold off Rami Farid. It was a very close race there at the beginning, Brian, but Rami Farid finishes just about 11 seconds back as he just now crosses the line in his GT4 Club Sport. Ed Dunn will finish with the win in GTB 1. He finishes 10th overall. So let's go, and we'll, as we've got a few racers remaining to come through here, we'll go and run down some of our other classes. Taking the win in GT3 is going to be Charles Liu. And that was a very close race at the end with 1.5 seconds over John Dunsky. Rafael Serralta finishing in 3rd, with Julian Allen finishing in 4th. We talked about GTD2 with Mark Cook and Rami Farid, but now crossing the line and bringing his GT4S Club Sport home for the last step on the podium, Nicholas Giguere. Then we've got Max DeAngelis will finish 4th, Bahir Yanni finishing in 5th. In GTB1, it was Ed Dunn with the win over Angus Rogers. Kevin Sear finishing only a 10th, or probably 1 second back in 3rd. Del Alray will finish in 4th. With Francis Florido, we believe he should come home in 5th. James Wilson, our sole racer in GT2 today. And in SP 997, it's Weston Jessic over Walter Jessic. In GTD3, we've gone down our leaders. There are 6 racers, all finishing in the top 6 of the race. Claudio Kempf will take the win in GT4 over Jose Roque. And then finally in GTD1, Griffithsplund, as we mentioned, finishing in the top 10 overall, takes the win in class, with Jimmy Martin finishing 2nd and Nicole Robichaux finishing in 3rd. All right, so gentlemen, let's take another quick break. Or actually, do we need to make a final call to the grid for our final race group? Dick tells me no. So what we'll do, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from the 48 hours at Sebring. It is Driver's Eye Live. We'll be right back. Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control.
Tune RS Motorsports is a proud sponsor of the Porsche Club of America and the 48 Hours of Sebring. Since 2008, our Center for Porsche in Coral Springs, Florida has served as a Porsche hub and has also ventured into performance and reliability parts engineering and manufacturing. Our pro motorsports experience around the world means our parts are race-proven and street reliable. Visit our websites at tunersmotorsports.com or tunersmall.com to shop and learn more today.
Sebring Motor Garages is the official luxury motor condo and townhome partner of Sebring International Raceway, providing a premier destination for secure, customizable, and luxurious automotive storage less than 1 mile south of the circuit. Our location on US Highway 98 provides easy access from the circuit for pre-race preparations, post-race storage, and quick getaways for weekend events. Our facility is available for tours and offers 55-foot wide garage storage, townhomes, and a 3,000 square foot clubhouse. Visit us at SebringMotorGarages.com to learn more about your new automotive home.
Motion Control Suspension, or MCS, has proven to be the evolution of premium motorsports damper systems. Their team is continuously developing and refining damper technology that is vastly different from other manufacturers, developed through hands-on involvement in GT and touring car racing. While their roots are in the highest levels of professional sports car racing, their products excel in all environments, from enthusiastic street driving to autocross track days to club racing and far beyond. MCS is much more than just a great product. They have many years offers a practical racing experience both on and off the track, extensive knowledge of vehicle dynamics, and an understanding of driver expectations and needs. MCS is proud to be a sponsor of Porsche Club Racing and invites you to lean on their expertise for setup support and consultation.
Visit David Chappell's automotive art exhibition at this year's PCA 48 Hours of Sebring. Driven by his unyielding passion for painting, sculpting, and a desire to create innovative automobile art, David Chappell has devoted years perfecting his craft and style. His work creates stunning pieces that pay homage to the spirit of the automobile in both 2 and 3 dimensions, including paintings and prints, as well as sculptures, tables, and benches. Visit davidchappell.com, that's CHAPPLE, or visit his exhibition on site.
Experience the ultimate celebration of Porsche passion at the annual PCA Parade. This week-long extravaganza from July 6th to the 12th is a must-attend event for Porsche enthusiasts of all ages, offering a perfect blend of social, competitive, and educational activities. From the Concours d'Elegance to the Autocross, to the scenic driving tours, to the tech sessions, to the banquets, to the social events, there's something for everyone. Whether you're a seasoned collector, a weekend racer, or simply love the brand, the PCA Parade is your chance to immerse yourself in a community that shares your passion. Set in Oklahoma City this year, a central location in the United States right along historic Route 66, join us for an unforgettable celebration of everything Porsche. Whether you're polishing your car for the concourse, taking on the autocross course, or joining a scenic driving tour, the PCA Parade promises memories that will last a lifetime. Secure your spot today and join us for a week of excitement, connection, and all things Porsche. To learn more and register, please visit PorscheParade.org.
Welcome back, everybody, to Sebring International Raceway. It's the 48 Hours of Sebring, or pardon me, the 48 Hours at Sebring. I'm Greg Ginsberg. He's Dick Kelson. He's Brian Donati. And let's run down the starting order for our final sprint race of the morning. This is our red sprint group. We had 43 drivers set qualifying times yesterday. I'm going to give you the top 30. Starting 30th, driving the number 81 silver 992 Cup car, it's Jeff Isringhausen. Lou Yorio, and that's a GTC 8 car. Racing in GTC 7 is Lou Yorio. He is starting 29th. He drives the white number 3 991.2 Cup car. Then we got Rick's, actually, you know what? I'm going to just say that it's a Cup car. Most of these racers are in them. Starting 28th, driving the number 999 GTC 8 blue and orange machine, it is Rick Stafford. Ariel German, starting 27th. Ariel's driving the number 475 white GT3 Cup car with Sunil Nandigam, starting 26th in the yellow number 03. Then in the white and blue number 114, we got Charlie Craig. Charlie's in GTC 7 and starts 25th. Starting 24th today in racing the GTC 6 white 991.1. It's Jeff Smith with Ben Wallace driving the 179 car. The white 991.2 machine is racing in GTC 7 today, starting 22nd. In the number 239 GTC 8 silver 992 Cup car, Scott Dager with Price Ford starting 21st. Price is in the number 112 white, black, and gray machine. And just got word that the 91 machine had a little issue on the pace lap, has dropped back to the back of the field, starting 20th today. In the number 402, purple, black, and white car, it's Darren Fence. Mustafa Bakir is in the gray and black 992 Cup car. He's racing in GTC 8. The 06 car starts 19th. Starting 18th, driving the number 264 silver 992 Cup car is Scott Neal with Andres Leon. Starting 17th, Andres is in a GTA 4 gray Cup car. Then we got Sean McKaig, who starts 16th today. Sean is in the number 234 white, orange, and blue GTA 4 machine with Stephen DePaulo. In the orange GTC 8 car, the number 64 machine starts 15th. Bela Stanko will start 14th today. He is in the number 20 991.2 Cup car, racing in GTC 7, while Russell Farang starts in the number 412 GTC 8 Cup car. That's the black and blue machine, starting 13th. Darren Dean starting 12th today. Darren's in the number 711 GTA 4 car, while we've got Kevin Rouch starting 11th. Kevin is in the number 960 GTA 2 green, black, and white 997 Cup car. Racing in GTA 4 today is Joel Johnson. He's in the number 207 red and white GT3 car. He starts 10th overall. Musafir Gafarov will start 9th today. He's in the number 288 GTA 4 992 Cup car, the red and white machine, with Jonathan Weissman starting on the outside of row number 4 in the number 100 GTC 8. That's the white 992 Cup car. Then we got Joseph Viola starting 7th today. He's in the number 262 GTC 8 yellow and blue 992 Cup car, with John Getz starting on the outside of row number 3. John is driving the number 57 GTC 8 purple 992 Cup car. To his left is David Williams. David is driving the number 237 GTA 4 white 992 Cup car, with Bob Mueller in the black and teal GT3R machine. He's racing in GTA 3. The 128 car starts 4th. Starting 3rd today, driving the number 313 GTA 3 white 991.1 Cup car is Tony Karlinskis. And your front row, Thomas Gruber driving the number 991 GTA 3 black GT3 991. He starts 2nd. And your pole sitter today, driving the number 91 green and black GT3R in the GTA 4 class, Rene Robichaux.
You know, Greg, you talked about Tony Karlinskis. That car wasn't even together 2 weeks ago. We saw him out here last night pretty much dominate that sprint race in the evening, but that car was not even pretty much nowhere near being built just about 2 weeks ago. So a lot of work into that machine to get that ready for this weekend.
Well, you know, Brian, none of us could see that in the dark last night, but yeah, I mean, a lot of work, a lot of effort went into that car. And of course, the racer has multiple PCA wins as the starter looks over the field, and green flag is now in the air, and we are once again racing here at Sebring International Raceway.
Tell you what they had down into turn 1, and there it is. TK going to go on the very far outside, going to try to get through Thomas Gruber and Bob Mueller, try to see whether or not he's going to do it. Karlinskis is going to go down driver's left. What a nice move through there. He's going to get the overall lead here, Greg, but I tell you what a move that was. And I got to be honest with you, Dick, you almost sat up straight up in your seat because you thought for sure he was clipping the front of that car.
Absolutely. That was wild.
All right, so the Karlinskis, who we mentioned, took the win last night. That's a Manthey racing car that has had several GT3R aero upgrades.
Yeah.
And so, you know, it's not as though the car was built completely from scratch, but obviously a lot of work went into it. Beautiful, beautiful machine. Nice, I was almost going to call it an Aston Martin British Racing green on one side and yellow on the other, but nobody wants to hear that. And so we'll continue to track him, and of course Thomas Gruber there towards the front of the field.
Tell you what, as they all went down into the hairpin, Greg, a little argy-bargy going on at the very beginning of this race.
Oh, perfect.
Car's a little bit over, and now here you go, Dick. You're going to see this coming through turn 12 right now. We're still side by side with some of these cars further back, trying to get single file as quickly as possible. There's not a lot of give and take in this group right now.
Well, and we'll see here as look at this move coming down the inside, Brian, and I believe that was Kevin Roush in the 960 GTA 2 machine, possibly making a move on Mustafa Gafarov going into 15. Great move coming deep on the brakes, going down the inside, as we're still seeing a lot of drivers doing a little hunting around for grip. Obviously, is maybe takes another half lap or so to get some of these tires up to temp.
Yeah, I tell you what a great move. Definitely getting down there in the braking zone with that Kevin Roush machine.
All right, so we've got one lap in the books now. Your overall leader, working up from third, it is Tony Karlinskis, and he leads the GTA 3 class with Thomas Gruber now almost 2 seconds in arrears. Bob Mueller running in third with David Williams. He is your GTA 4 leader in the white 237 machine, running fourth overall with John Getz, your GTC 8 leader, running fifth, and got a nice little battle started to work its way up there between Getz and Joseph Fiala for the battle for the lead in GTC 8. When they crossed the line, only about 3-4 car lengths apart, and they are running fifth and sixth overall. You can see there we've got Viola. He is in the yellow and blue machine. Rene Robichaux just behind, and he's your GTA 4 leader. But Viola in the yellow and blue, gets in the purple machine.
Well, remember, last night in the sprint race, we had Viola in that 262 machine, led that CTC 8 class
right.
in the night race for the first 20 to 25 minutes, and then ended up having a problem and pulled it back behind the wall.
That looked like he had either issues with another racer or maybe some other issues with the car that he pulled it off over by turn 10 with, I think, 2 laps remaining.
Yeah. Pulling it back behind the wall, which actually in that case gave Jonathan Wiseman. That is the winner from last night in that GTC 8. I'm going to get it right here in a minute. But he had that great battle with them. So again, Wiseman and Viola are starting to continue that battle again, a little bit further back from each other this time, but only 1.2 seconds back.
So Brian, it looks as though Rene Robichaux really likes turn 15, because the second lap in a row, the driver of the green and black GTA 4 machine has made a pass hard under braking from driver's right and just sneaking under a competitor who was unawares and maybe didn't know that somebody could pass there. But a great move as he got around Joseph Viola. So Robichaux now moving up in the 6th place overall, and he's trying to catch David Williams, who's 2 cars ahead for that lead in GTA 4. Dropped Joseph Viola, who we just talked about, now back into 7th position overall in the yellow and blue GTC 8 machine.
Yeah, another driver that likes that turn as well, and we talked about it on the first lap, Kevin Roush in that 960 machine there. Again, looked like he wanted to make another pass there over Mustafa there, but just not able to get that done, get that finished.
I don't know. I'd start looking at green and black car.
Wow, there he is. There he is again, right there. So that's the 960 there of Kevin Roush coming through the hairpin, getting ready to make another pass there. See whether or not he's going to be able to run down that 100 of Jonathan Wiseman. Again, 2 different classes right there, but another great pass getting there. Wiseman just a little bit further ahead.
Yeah, the big difference we see here in the in GTA 4s for the 992 chassis cars, either with GT3 or factory race engines, max displacement, 4.2 liters, and the tires are open. That's GTA 4, where we see in the GTC classes, I believe the Pirelli tires are the requirement for those machines. And so the GTC 8 machines, those are also the 992 Cup cars. The big difference then is the tires that they're running on.
Yeah, most of these drivers, when they're coming down and going out onto the racetrack, getting ready to go for their pace lap, I look down, you can see some of them still have the sticker tires. This is the group, Dick, we were talking about. These are the guys, they're all new tires every time they go out on the racetrack.
Yep.
It's all about that optimum grip all the way through the racetrack, especially, we talked about this last night, on this concrete. It's got cracks, it's got crevices. It changes the characteristics and the handling of your car, not only lap by lap, but within 100 yards by 100 yards.
Yes.
It clearly changes everything.
All right, just got word that one of our racers in a green and black Porsche, which kind of narrows things down. Well, one that it's a Porsche, that doesn't narrow it down, of course, but had some challenges over at 17, ended up impacting the wall driver's right, which is somewhat interesting, as opposed to driver's left, which is where you would expect if they maybe turned in early and the car pushed wide. So they did not, our safety workers, or pardon me, our corner workers did not get the number on that bus or that Porsche. We'll try and get that for you here as we get more information from them. And so, of course, this is our last sprint race of the morning, but rest assured, we got a lot more racing action for you on tap here today. We're going to be picking things back up again today at 2:30 this afternoon, where we will have 3 more sprint races, one for our yellow, one for our green, and for these racers here in our red group to take us to the end of the day. And then tomorrow starting at 9:20 a.m., we will have 2 90-minute endurance races to wrap up our streaming coverage here from the 48 Hours of Sebring. If you like what you see here today, again, this is our very first weekend broadcasting with PCA. We're going to be at the Virginia International Raceway event, as well as Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. You know, the way that you can tell the folks with Porsche Club of America and Porsche Club of America Club Racing that you like what we're doing and you want to see more of their events covered, smash that big thumbs up button there and let them know.
Tell you what, Greg, we go back up to the top in that GTA 3 machine. Tony Karlinskis in that 313. Yeah, got this track pretty much figured out. He's headed down in that green and yellow, down under the Advent Health Bridge, headed down into that hairpin turn. Got quite a phase back to the 991 of Thomas Gruber there. Again, that's for first and second. In that GTA 3, and then Bob Mueller another 2.5 seconds back behind Gruber.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, Brian, here is we saw Rene Robichaud, and I have a feeling that he was not the racer who hit the wall coming out of 17, as I think we're watching him right now. Robichaud just reset fastest lap of the race for anybody here that last time by, turned in a 2:03.23. That was almost 0.4 of a second faster than either Karlinskis or Gruber at the front of the field. More importantly, Bob Mueller, who's running 3rd overall, was a bit off the pace. Although Mueller reset his personal best, Robichaud was almost 2 full seconds faster than the car ahead. And when they crossed the line here, they were only, as a matter of fact, we're watching them right now, coming through 15. This is the battle for 3rd overall, not in class. This is Bob Mueller, Rene Robichaud. Mueller running 3rd in GTA 3. Robichaud, your leader in GTA 4. Robichaud's main competition is now almost 7 seconds in arrears. That's David Williams, who's running 2nd in GTA 4. 5th overall as they come through, and it looks like Robichaud has made the pass on Mueller now, Brian, as they come through the Sunset Bend to move the 91 machine up into 3rd place overall. And we said it that last time by, again, was almost actually about 1.5 seconds faster than Mueller, and continues to lap faster than both of our leaders.
I'll tell you what that's done is it's opened up real quick here before we get to Dick. That's those 2 laps back to back. That's opened up a lot, almost 10 seconds back to David Williams in that 237 machine.
We will be conducting track touring for charity during the lunch break. You can get the details at the Gallery of Legends. All proceeds from that activity go to charity, our Boy Scouts that are here this weekend, and to the Ronald McDonald House. This will be a low-speed trip around the famous International Speedway. We ask for a minimum donation of $20 per car, and details, again, can be found at the Gallery of Legends, easy for me to say. And we would like you to be generous. That'll be taking place during the lunch hour, during the quiet hour between events.
Very cool. Yeah, absolutely. So lots of events go on here, but this is a great opportunity for people in the paddock here, Dick, to take part in the event and to be able to just even bring a street car on this course, regardless of the speed. With the history here, it is something to behold.
It is, and that's two worthwhile recipients of the contributions, and you can go home and say, I've driven Sebring.
So, Brian, maybe we should do that in the Corolla Cross. Don't tell Budget Rent-A-Car, by the way.
Tell you what, Greg, let's jump in here to, they just went by the start-finish line in that 991 of Thomas Gruber in that black 991 in the GT3, and then Rene Robichaux that you were just talking about. In the 91, Rene has now caught them. They should be coming up out of turn 3. That is going to be the battle for second overall in those two machines. But Rene running almost 3 seconds faster than the 91. And he has now gotten by them. So his next driver he's going to be coming up on, and he just ran a little bit slower than Tony Karlinskis. But I tell you what, he is making that car as fast as it can go right now. Definitely the fastest driver on the racetrack overall the last several laps.
All right, one racer we're starting to see drop through the field is Stephen DiPaolo in his GTC 8, the orange 992 Cup car. Spun the car, lost control over it, turn 16, coming onto the Ullman Straight. Sounds as though he may now have gotten that car back underway. But he is actually I think we're still waiting to see him come across the line. I'll check that out. But he dropped from 17th position to 29th position. So huge drop for DiPaolo there. But good to see that he got that car back underway.
Tell you what, if we can get Jordan to pick up down into turn number, they should be coming down out of turn 1 right now. You're going to see this is the GTC 4 battle. That's the 76 of Nick Karanglin and the 641 of Dwayne Moses. Last time by, Moses was only 0.2 of a second, and I believe they just went through there, so they should be coming through here now, coming through turn 5. There it is. There's Karanglin right now, just coming out of exit, and there is Dwayne Moses right there. A little bit further back is the next car. Those two have been kind of nose to tail now for the last couple of laps, but Dwayne Moses has run almost a second faster, Greg, than Nick Karanglin the last several laps.
Yes.
Consistently going through there. So that is the battle there for GTC 4. And again, those are the two cars that are only in that class. But Moses has really started to reel Karanglin in.
Yeah, so Karanglin in that blue number 76 with Moses in the orange number 641 behind. And, but it looks like Morris has got, again, not a car in class, but he's got a racer behind him that might be taking up a little bit of his attention at the moment. And that is, I think that's Scott Rowbottom in the black, orange, and white, the 020 or 020 GTC 7 machine that is trailing. And, as much as Moses there is making up ground, he still has to watch his hindquarters there to make sure that Rowbottom doesn't try to make a move underneath. And you can see there with the brake lockup from Moses going down into 15.
Yeah, he's gotten back around that Rowbottom machine. Rowbottom went ahead of him. Moses let him go in the corner before, but then was able to propel himself back through there. So again, he's trying to reel in Nick Karanglin.
It's hard. It's
you're trying to stay out of Rowbottom's way, and you can see here now they come in. Karanglin's going to open that up compared to where it was the last time by, and the last time before that, the lap before. But when you got Rowbottom stuck in the middle there, we'll see whether or not they're able to hold on to that. think now that Moses has gotten by him, I think you'll see him start to roll in or reel in Karanglin again. That time by Nick Karanglin was almost a second faster than Moses. But again, having to battle with that robot machine, you know, let him go. That's a completely different class.
Yeah, and so Robot was racing in GTC7. Brian, he's out of Asheville, North Carolina. So obviously his area having been impacted by those hurricanes earlier in the year. He's the president and CEO of HPT Autosport, and raced for many years with another organization. Raced throughout his 20s, took a break when his kids were born, and now in his 40s, he's getting a chance again to race. And so, as we saw there, giving Dwayne Moses some fits.
Yeah, Karanglin leading by about, I'd say 4 or 5 car lengths now. Opens it up coming out of 7 here. Getting ready to go down in through 9, and now it's about 5 or 6 cars. So get through that hairpin. Karanglin getting a little bit better drive off than Moses is right now. And so that's opening that up. Here we go again. We're going to see him coming down through turn 12. Now again, still got that robot machine still sitting back there. But again, knowing you're not racing those cars in classes Dick and I was talking about earlier on, you know the drivers in those cars over and over again. So you know you're not actually racing.
Yeah, and of course, we've got, as part of the livery on all these cars, that they've got the class designation on the rear bumper as well. So you can see it right in front of you. That whether you should be fighting them necessarily for position or not. And it looks like Robotham has had his attempts on some of the straightaways. We've got a car off now, going very slowly, coming out of turn 6, and should be coming underneath that Advent Health bridge just a moment, and just now got back underway. It's this light blue machine, this second to last car going in line. We'll get the car number here in just a moment.
Yeah, I think he got really, really loose coming up underneath that Corvette bridge. Ended up driver's left in the grass there.
Yeah, and that was the 121 machine that went off. And as you said, got very loose coming through that carousel area over by turns 5 and number 6, and he's now gotten back underway. And that was Francisco De Jesus in the GTA 4 992 GT3 Cup car, running today in the GT4 class. Pardon me, the GTA 4 class, not GT4.
A lot of these drivers starting to spread out a little bit further now. We talked about that Karanglin and that Dwayne Moses battle going on. Moses last time by was about 0.6 of a second faster, or yeah, 0.6 of a second faster. Dropped it down to a 1.3. You know, trying to catch Nick Karanglin. There's nobody in between them as they're going. So that we'll watch that battle here later on, as we watch some of these other machines come down out of turn 1 and 2, headed up into turn 3.
All right, and if we can pick them up, and I'll try and track them when they come down the front straight here. They should be coming across fairly soon. Mustafa Bakir and Scott Dager. And they are running 7th and 8th right now in the GTC 8 class. Mustafa Bakir in a gray and black machine with Scott Diger in a silver car, and I believe they've just now crossed the start-finish line. They should be heading down into turn number 1, and there they are. That is the battle for 7th in GTC 8. A little bit further behind, we got Rick Stafford and Stephen DiPaolo. And also getting word that Michael Avitas, who I think just crossed the stripe to complete lap number 8, having some challenges, became very slow coming over by turn 17. He's gotten that car back underway. However, he is leading Chris Olsen, the only 2 racers in that class. But he was almost 15 seconds off of his previous fast lap time. So we'll see here, but he had a nice buffer.
Definitely maybe having some challenges. Looks like we got a little debris flag here right at the start-finish line. So obviously somebody dropped something going through. There was a gaggle of cars, and our overall leader was coming up on the battle there in GTC4 where I was talking about Karanglin and Moses. And then somebody went far drivers left and may have hit something a little bit further out.
So Brian, a little problematic for our GTC3 class. We just talked about Michael Levitas having some issues. His competitor, Chris Olson, in the number 7 blue and orange 996 Cup car, had just had his own challenges over at turn 16. Spun the car. He has now recovered, and he's on his way. But, Brian, let's take a quick look here. We just had them come into our view. They're going into 13 right now. This is the battle for the overall lead between Tony Karlinskis and Rene Robichaud. Karlinskis, our GTA 3 racer and leader. Rene Robichaud in GTA 4. We saw Robichaud, who started this race from the pole. Karlinskis, who started today in 3rd position. And Karlinskis, he had opened up a pretty good gap early on, Brian. But that gap has now disappeared, and Robichaud in the green and black 91, he's right there on the back bumper as they come down the Ullman Straight.
I'll tell you what, Greg, they're going to come into some lap traffic. It looks like Robichaud is going to get ahead of him. Nope, not able to make that stick coming out of that turn 16 down through the straight and up to turn 17. So Karlinski is still leading Robichaud, but I tell you what, they're going to come up on some traffic here, at least when they get down into turn 1, if not maybe over into turn 3. That's going to play havoc on our overall leaders.
Yeah, and here they come into turn 1, and there's Robichaud taking a quick dive to the inside, not quite close enough to get it done, but Karlinskis, he leaves them a little bit of room, making sure that they're not too close, doesn't pinch Robichaud down at the apex there now as they come through turn 3. You were saying, Brian, that we've got a debris flag being displayed at the start-finish stand. So that infers that there is
something.
It could be fluid. It could be part of a car. Well, it could be a bird. Who knows? Somewhere on the front straight. I looked out the window. I can't see anything when Director Jordan shows us that shot from turn 1 facing back to start. I don't see anything either.
I don't either.
But we'll likely see that flag up for at least another lap or so to ensure that all of our racers see whatever may be out there.
Here comes that battle down into turn 10 right now. And Karlinski is still leading Robichaud, but it's not even a car length now, Greg. Robichaud last time by was about almost a full second faster. So again, I talked about it. They're going to come up into this big group. There they are right now going through turn 13. There is a lot of cars ahead of them in the different classes, and we've got one car that went off out of turn number 5, and I believe that may have been Thomas Gruber that is in there. It looks like that is the 991. We'll have to see the next time he comes by. We'll pick that up. But right now, and again, here comes that battle, that overall battle right now going through turn 16 where our leaders are now coming into some of that traffic. And Greg, you may get some word on that car that I saw coming out of there, getting ready to spin. But
yeah, the call that came in was from the 100 car, which I'm having.
Oh, that's Jonathan Weissman.
Weissman, exactly. Yep.
That was your winner last night and your overall night Workers' Choice Award for the best driver last night. So
well, a little bit of a challenge for him today.
Maybe he needs to run at nighttime more.
We just went under 5 minutes remaining.
Yeah. We got another car there off coming out of turn 5.
Yeah, I think that was
the black car.
That was the 03 car of Sidio Nandigam, Brian, in the GTC 5 machine. And he is now continued.
As we head down into turn 7, down in the hairpin, you can see Karlinskis and you see Robichaud. They are flashing the lights, Greg. As I talked about this traffic, Robichaud had a real big problem trying to get around some of these cars in turn 5, and that opened up the gap there. You can see Karlinskis now, they're going over some of the lap cars, putting them a lap down. But Robichaud all the way down, far drivers right there in turn 10. Going to be tough to hold it because now you're going to go too wide with one of those cars.
Well, and we can see that coming through turn 12. We'll see if Robichaux is able to clear that racer as they come now into the tower turn.
My driver took my phone from the tower from race control.
Okay.
Somebody walked out with my phone. It's in a black case.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. We don't have the racer's name, but we just got word that a racer may have left race control on the 4th floor of the tower with the incorrect cell phone that belonged to another person. It's in a black case. If you just left race control with the cell phone, if you could please come back up either the elevator or the stairs and come and get your phone and return ours. Thank you.
You'll know it if you can't get into your phone and you're looking at it.
That's right. They'll figure it out eventually, right?
Yeah. Here's that battle, Greg, going down to turn 1, and now Robichaux is going to make that pass off Karlinskis going into turn 1. We'll see if he's going to be able to make it stick. Doesn't look like he's going to. Karlinskis had the preferred line. Now we get down into turn 3, and I tell you what, Karlinskis, he's going to hold off Robichaux, but what a fantastic move going down into turn 1.
Yeah, indeed, and they came by, and they came right underneath Chris Olson. We talked about Chris earlier with his issues. Olson in the Gulf liveried machine there that we just saw come through turn number 7, and we're getting word now that there is a car that has gone off over by turn 15. And we'll see. This may actually bring out an early checker. And there you go. You can see the car up against the wall there. Driver's left, very far out of the way. It looks like he's getting it back underway. But let's go and see if we can pick up our leaders, Jordan, as they are working through here, coming through turn 12, heading towards the tower turn once again. As time is running down on the clock, less than 2 minutes remaining on the in this race.
Tell you what, if this is where Robichaux is going to make a move, Greg, it's probably going to be between 16 and 17.
Yeah, and remember, this is not a battle in class. Karlinskis, your leader in GTA 3. His next closest competitor running 3rd overall, almost 13 seconds back. Rene Robichaux, your GTA 4 leader. But what a fight this has been for the last number of laps here as they're coming onto the Ullman Straight for what we believe will probably be the second to last time. As some of our other drivers, they're giving deference to our leaders as they come underneath into 17. And there you go, finger is in the air. 1 lap remaining here for Tony Karlinskis, Rene Robichaux, and all following. What drama here today, Brian, so far in this wonderful 48 hours of Sebring Porsche Club of America Club Racing race.
And I tell you what, I think that car out of turn 15, that may have been the 234 of Sean McKee. I think he came down in the pit road. Yeah, I'm getting word that was him. He just came down the pit road, so that was the car that had spun.
All right, as we see now, and Brian, we may have just seen the turning point in the race as both Karlinskis and Robichaux went into turn 3 with more traffic than they've perhaps had for the last 5 laps, and Robichaux now finds himself about 10 car lengths back with some slower cars between he and our leader Tony Karlinskis as they came out of the hairpin, start to make their way through Collier and up on the north side of the course. There we see Robichaux trying to come down the inside, but he's got 3 cars between he and Karlinskis, just in perhaps the twistiest section of the race course.
Yeah, he's put a gap there. Karlinskis did going through those turns, and he's got 2 cars in between there. Now it looks like Robichaux is going to get through one of them. Whether or not he's going to be able to get him down in 15 and 16, I don't believe. Watching Karlinskis the last couple of laps get through this section here of 15 and 16 down through there, I don't believe that Robichaux is going to be able to catch him for the overall.
No, at this point, it's a long way to go as he's going to have to follow another car through turn 16 and on the front straight. Brian, should mention here, lots of fans in the chat right now for Bela Stanko, our leader in GTC 7. He's got about a 10-second advantage over Ben Wallace. He's moved up a number of positions during the race, but for a first-time racer, he's got a heck of a crowd here in the chat. All right, coming out of turn 17 and onto the front straight, it's Tony Karlinskis in the 313 machine. And for his second race in a row this weekend, Brian, he is going to be the overall winner. Congratulations, Tony Karlinskis, with the GTA 3 win. Rene Robichaud will finish second overall, your winner in GTA 4. Thomas Gruber will have to wait a couple seconds here as the 991 machine of Gruber crosses the line. He'll finish second in GTA 3. Third overall, Bob Mueller will follow him across the line. He takes the last podium spot in GTA 3. David Williams comes across fifth overall. He'll finish second in GTA 4. And we're going to wait here in just a moment. Actually, we're still waiting for Williams to come across the line. Here, they were about, I think, about 20 seconds in arrears. And there they go. And we've got Mueller, we got Williams, David Williams, who takes the win in GTA 4. He's going to finish fifth overall. Following him right across the line, Brian, 0.15 of a second back, was John Getz, our GTC 8 winner. And he ends up crossing the line about 9 seconds ahead of Joseph Viola in the 268 machine. Musafar Gafarov will finish 8th overall in his GTA 4 machine, just ahead of Darren Dean, with Jonathan Weissman, who had his issues early on in this race, finishing second in GTC 8, 8th overall. Let's go. We'll break down, Weissman finishes third in GTC 8, pardon me. So it's Getz, Viola, Weissman, your top three in GTC 8, with Russell Farong finishing just off the podium. In GTC 3, Michael Levitas takes the win over Chris Olsen. In GTA 2, Kevin Roush takes the win over Jean Audette. Interestingly, we had a call come in a little bit earlier about Roush perhaps gaining a bit of an advantage at one corner, but he still, I think, came across the line about 45 seconds ahead of Audette. I don't think the advantage was that large at the time, but we'll let the stewards figure that one out. In GTC 4, Dwayne Moses takes the win over Nick Karangelin. So at the line there, that's a race we followed for quite some time, and as I take a look at it, on lap number 14 of 14, Brian, for our GTC 4 racers, that is when Dwayne Moses got it done. Very last lap. Congratulations to him. In GTC 7, we mentioned Belastenko taking the win in the number 20 machine, with Ben Wallace finishing second. Charlie Craig ran his fastest lap of the race on the final lap. He finishes third in GTC 7, with Ariel German finishing just off the podium and fourth in an 8-car class. In GTA 4, we said it, Rene Robichaud takes the win with David Williams second. Musafar Gafarov will finish in third. Darren Dean finishes just off the podium in fourth in 8-car class. In GTC 6, Jeff Smith with the win over Michael Iapoluccio, finishing second. David DeCote will finish in third. Keith Clark finishes just off the podium in fourth. And of course, we already mentioned him. We'll mention him for the fifth time. Tony Karlinskis, your winner in GTA 3. Thomas Gruber second. Bob Mueller rounds out the trio. So Dick, so Brian, we've been through a morning of pretty exciting sprint racing. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely.
Yes, indeed.
All right, so what that means is we've got 3 more races here today. We are going to be on track. Thank you, Jordan, for putting on the screen. We are going to be back with more live action for you here at 2:30 p.m. today. We have 3 sprint races remaining. So thank you to Dick, to Brian. I'm Greg. We'll be back in just a few hours here at the 48 Hours of Sebring. Have a great lunch, everybody.
Champion Porsche is the proud presenting sponsor of the PCA 48 Hours of Sebring. Since our founding in 1988, our passion for luxury and performance has turned our Poplar Beach home into the largest and top-ranked premier Porsche center in America. Today, Champion Porsche buys, sells, and services Porsche vehicles of all types and serves as a central hub for all things Porsche and Porsche Motorsport. Whether you're located in South Florida or around the world, visit us online at champion-porsche.com or check out our motorsports offerings at championmotorsport.com.
Tech Tactics are days dedicated to Porsche technical information. Happening Saturday, February 22nd and Sunday, February 23rd, this event is for all Porsche enthusiasts, from the casual information gatherer to the everyday Porsche mechanic. Get the latest news directly from the source. Topics range from balancing carburetors to understanding how the new hybrid systems work. Tech Tactics is hosted at the PCA training facility in Easton, Pennsylvania, the same facility used to train Porsche technicians on the intricacies of new Porsches, while at the same time providing valuable training on the Porsches of old. Tech Tactics East is limited to just 125 entrants per day of the event. The day consists of lectures by PCA field specialists, PAG project managers, members of the PCA technical committee, and representatives from other companies such as Michelin, Allen Engineering, Total Seal, and Griot's Garage. To learn more and register, visit PCA.org and click on the Events tab.
Wine Country Motorsports is proud to be one of the largest racing safety equipment retailers in the United States and a proud sponsor of the PCA 48 Hours at Sebring. Our 4 stores and mobile showroom have the largest combined inventory and lowest prices on all the best brands in the business. Wine Country Motorsports are racing enthusiasts who pride ourselves on helping our clients make the right gear choices. Visit us at winecountrymotorsports.com for all of your motorsports safety and performance needs.
Looking to decrease lap times on the track without an engine overhaul? GT Racing has a wide range of fiberglass and carbon fiber body panels, along with European Racing Headers exhaust systems to lighten your car and accelerate all the potential horsepower of your engine. Time for a change? Convert your 944 into a turbo or a 924 GT, or your 911 to a 911 RS, RSR, or 935. Talk with Joel at GT Racing. He'll help you choose the winning combination of lightweight Porsche parts and header systems to set you on the right track. GT Racing is your one-stop shop for your Porsche needs. GT Racing is a national sponsor and proudly sponsors tech inspections at PCA club races. GT Racing also sponsors the Best Repaired Car Award, a $100 gift certificate at each race. Call Joel at GT Racing today at 1-800-797-2911 or find us on the web at www.gt-racing.com.
Our first club racing sponsor, Porsche Cars North America, funds the club racing news and sponsors the Workers' Choice Award, considered the most prestigious award given at a club race. Thank you to PCA for offering vital support to our club racing program. Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control. Appalachian Race Tire provides trackside support for road racing events in the Southeast United States, as well as daily shipping of Hoosier and Toyo race tires. In the last decade, we've serviced over 500 motorsports events, learning what helps you go faster and win races. Whether you're meeting our trailer at the racetrack or having our tires delivered to your door, you receive our knowledge and experience with every single tire. Contact us today at racetire.com or call us at 865-681-6622.
Apex Racing Performance, premier racing outfitters, provides racing equipment and product support to motorsports enthusiasts. A member of PCA since 1991, Clark Hammerly and his wife Linda both hold competitive racing licenses and install, use, and test the equipment they sell. This enables them to provide unbiased technical assistance on installation and use of their products. From helmets and race apparel to personal cooling and fire systems, Apex Performance also stocks performance friction brake pads for all Porsche applications. They invite you to visit their showroom in Merle's Inlet, South Carolina, shop online at www.apexperformance.net, call toll-free, or view their track schedule online. Mention PCA Club Racing to receive a discount on your next purchase.
Club Reg is a supporter of PCA Club Racing and the provider of all registration for each of our races. ClubRegistration.net is a unique service because we put all of our customers first. You can use our services for free or with a small credit card handling fee. How can you go wrong? Included with both are custom solutions tailored to meet your needs. Find out more information at ClubRegistration.net.
Demon Speed Motorsports offers a full line of products for your race or track car. With their background in Porsche GT3 Cup cars, they bring the same quality and durability to the street and track replacement parts that they produce. These products include suspension links, motorsport style center lock parts and kits, brake rotors, and wing uprights. Now, Good Arrow Wings and RacingTireWarmers.com are part of the Demon Speed family. With this, they now offer Good Arrow Wings with mounting solutions for most Porsche models. Racing Tire Warmers offer tire warmers to custom fit your race car to make you faster and safer on track. To learn more about Demon Speed Motorsports and see their great products, visit them at www.demonspeedmotorsports.com. MotorImages.com provides track day and motorsports photography at Homestead Miami Speedway and Sebring International Raceway. Stop by the Motor Images photo trailer to purchase photos of you and your car this weekend, or contact us for same-week service of digital copies. Now you can pre-register for events for a 15% discount over the at-the-track price. Visit MotorImages.com or stop by our trailer today.
Ben Wallace. I've been racing with PCA for 5 years. First in an F-Stock Boxster and now with a Cup car. I'm having a great time, learning a lot about driving, and it's with a very good group of people. I can't say enough about PCA Racing. I'm very happy with what they do, and it's great value for the money, as long as you don't consider your tire budget.
Welcome back, everybody, and welcome back from lunch. We are here at Sebring International Raceway. It is the 32nd annual 48 Hours at Sebring, presented by Champion Porsche, the Suncoast and Gold Coast regions of the Porsche Club of America. I'm Greg Ginsburg. He's Brian Donati. We've got Dick Kelson with us here as well. And we've got 3 more sprint races getting underway here this afternoon before we wrap up coverage. But before we have our first group of the afternoon head out, I'm going to turn things over quickly to Brian Donati.
Yeah, Greg, thank you. I wanted to just say a quick happy birthday to my wife. She is actually at home there in Northern Virginia, where it's a little bit colder, and I get to spend the weekend down here where it's nice and somewhat sunny and 80 degrees. So happy birthday, my love. I love you, and we'll see you tomorrow night.
All right, there you go, and happy birthday, Laura, my love, and we'll I'll probably see you in March. Don't wait up. All right, as we've got our champion Porsche safety car staging on the front straight, the rest of the field filtering in behind, much like our sprint race this morning. We are going to have a split start. We're going to have 2 different groups. We're going to have the Spec Boxsters SPB class at the rear. We're going to have all of our other classes towards the front. I'm going to give you the 18 racers in Spec Boxster. Then I'm going to give you the top 14 of our front group. So let's start off with Scott Bellis, who is starting 18th in Spec Boxster in the number 108 machine. Sam Halabi in the 145 car starts 17th. Chris Pashley starting 16th today. He's in the number 95 car. Daniel Judge, he is driving the 707 Boxster, and he will start 15th. Starting 14th, Miji Song in the number 99 machine. Mark Carluzzi will start 13th. Mark's driving the number 949 Porsche Boxster, with Adrian Miner starting 12th. Adrian's in the number 198 car. Antonio Concizio is starting 11th today, and my apologies if I've misspelled that. You can drop a line in the chat and we'll try and correct it. Antonio starting 11th today. He's in the 359 machine, with Stan Wenger, starting on the outside of row number 5. The 622 car starts 10th. Starting 9th, Kurt Leda in the 002 car, with John Burke starting 8th. He's in the number 89 Boxster. Lawson Wilder is in the 116 Boxster. He'll start 7th, with Jordan Applebaum starting on the outside of row number 3, with Dan Rubel in the 771 Boxster starting 5th. On row number 2, Sean O'Brien's going to start 4th today. He's in the 441 car, with Alex Au starting in 3rd. He's in the number 79 Porsche Boxster. And your front row today, starting 2nd in the 001 Porsche Boxster, Bernard Nussbaumer, and your pole sitter in the 171 purple Porsche Boxster, it is Rob Walker. Now let's move over to our front group. I'm going to give you the top 14. Starting 14th, driving the number 555 Porsche 914-6. It's a GT5 class car. It's John Poor. Terrence Judge will start 13th. Terrence is running in the H class 964. Then we've got Jordan Simon. He's going to start 12th today. He's in the number 54 G class Porsche Boxster. Also running in G is James Clemens. He is in the number 11 machine. He is also running in the G class, and he is in an early Porsche Boxster. Tanner Marca is going to start 10th today. He's in the number 896 SP3 Porsche 968, while Gary Stanberry, also running in a 968, he is starting 9th. That's also an SP3 car. And definitely want to watch out there is we got Stanberry in the blue machine, blue and white, and Market in the white 968. Doug Crossman will start 8th today. He's in the number 992, or probably in the 92 G-Class Porsche 964 RS America. Canagina is going to start 7th. He's in the number 5 SP3 944 S2, with Rob Trollinger in a 911 Cup car. That's an 1987 Porsche 911. The 94 car starts 6th. Starting 5th, driving the number 320 SP3 Porsche 944 S2, it's Greg Rochick, with Michael Gershon starting 4th. Michael is in the number 87 G-Class Porsche Boxster. Aurora Strauss starting 3rd in today's sprint race. She is in the number 26 G-Class Porsche Cayman. And your front row, as the lights are now being extinguished on the pace car, starting 2nd in the 086 G-Class Porsche 944 Turbo Cup car, Colin Doherty. and your pole sitter today in the number 77 H-Class Porsche 997, it's Ryan McGrath.
Ryan McGrath picking up the overall win here earlier on, Greg, and we also had, Colin Doherty in there picking up a couple places as well during that race. Ran really, really well last night. Was able to get on the podium in that G class as well, picking up the win there.
So, Brian, I got forwarded a couple of stats from the fine folks at PCA, and the PCA Club Racing program began back in 1992, and they tell me that since 2000 they've had over 3,850 racers gain competition licenses and competition racing license approvals. And in order to get a race license, all provisional and rookie racers are vetted by the program. They're not just willy-nilly handed a race license. And we've seen today some very respectful racing here as the safety car, now the pace car, is coming down the pit lane. Ryan McGrath and our outside pole sitter Colin Doherty now coming through turn number 17 and onto the front straight. The starter is looking the field over, making sure that everybody is nicely aligned in 2x2 rows. And there we go. Green flag is in the air, and we are racing once again here at Sebring. And Brian and Dick, Colin Doherty jumping out to a quick lead in the 086 Porsche 944, but now they are side by side going into turn 1, and McGrath takes back the lead with the box dress of Gershon and Rochik there side by side. Actually, it looks like Gershon might have gotten a position over Rochik, but Rochik in the red 944, he takes probably the red 944, gets back around Gershon as they go into turn 3. Our spec Boxsters now coming through turn 17, and green flag is in the air for them. And our pole sitter in SPB there, Rob Walker, takes the lead as they head down to turn 1. They're side by side with them as they come down under braking into 1. Couple cars trying to sneak up the inside, but I think better of it, Brian, for a life limit car there to get through a 30-minute race.
Tell you what, good start there by Lawson Wilder. And remember, earlier on in the first race, he did not get a good start. Dropped all the way back and really only completed 4 laps. So right now, Lawson Wilder getting a pretty good start, sitting there coming out of turn 3. He's going to sit there, and he's going to get really, really loose there, coming through turn 3 and heading up. Well, so much for that good start, because now Lawson Wilder is going to go all the way back. See, you put the announcer's curse on there, and now he's going to drop back almost in the 6th, 7th, 8th position.
I was just going to say, that is the first occurrence of the announcer's curse here from Sebring this weekend. Congratulations, Brian. Better you than me.
He was just doing a little agricultural racing.
That's right.
Give him the praise, and he decided to really stick it in there hard.
That's right. His crew guys were going, they're talking about you, don't run off the track. Uh-oh. Whoops. All right, let's jump back to our front pack where we've got Colin Doherty, Ryan McGrath. Doherty running second currently in that red 086 944. We've got the gray 911 of Ryan McGrath, the 77 cars. We mentioned our overall winner from this group during this morning's sprint race. He's going to lead Doherty and the rest of the field into turn 17 for the very first time. The second 911, or probably the second Porsche 944, that's the one with the big wing, Greg Rochik, in the 320 car. He is currently leading the SP3 class. He is third overall. Then with Gershon being now passed by Doug Crossman. Crossman now taking over second position in the G class over Gershon. Crossman in the gray 964 RS America, Gershon in his Boxster, then John Poor, your leader, in GT5. And look at that, is a heck of a start for John Poor, Dick. John Poor started 14th on the field, and he is now up to 6th position overall.
He's a very good driver as well as the co-chair of the event.
So I would guess if you get to be the co-driver of the event, you've probably run Sebring quite a number of times, and he likely has quite a bit of track knowledge. He's out of Port St. Lucie, Florida, and talk about flying, and flying on the start. He's an American Airlines pilot, so he certainly certainly knows how to fly through the field, I guess, to say that. And he's been a PCA member now for 37 years.
Pretty good after that first lap there. We go drop back here into the SPB in the sports Boxster. Rob Walker leading Alex Al, and then you've got Sean O'Brien in third. Jordan Applebaum, pretty good start for Jordan, hanging on in there. Then Daniel Rubel, and we talk back a little bit further. Lawson Wilder dropped all the way back to 10th position in that sports in that Boxster.
Yeah, and so you have to have at least one driver who makes a good. If one driver makes a great start, there's got to be an opposing force that goes the other direction. And yeah, unfortunately, that was Mr. Wilder.
Take a look at our overall leaders the next time they come by here, Greg. Ryan McGrath only led 2/10 over Colin Darty. Nickname C-Doc. Look through our database here. It goes by nickname C-Doc. So C-Doc keeping there, and looks like Ryan McGrath is going to open that up now as they come out of turn number 17 and get ready to head back down to finish lap number 2 right now. And so it looks like McGrath's going to open that up a little bit, and then a little bit further back, Greg Rochek in that 320 machine.
And we got Franklin Prey in the chat. Want to welcome you to the coverage here. Franklin, he is cheering on Ken Agina, currently running second in the SP3 class. And unfortunately for Ken, just crosses the line about 8 seconds in arrears of Kevin Rochek. Gary Stanberry running third in SP3. Great battle going on right now between Mark Webber, no, not that Mark Webber, in the black 661 Porsche 944, and Dennis Hiffman in the yellow 944. They're just now, I think, coming out, and here they come to us at the back of this shot, coming towards turn number 3, and it looks like Hiffman ended up getting around Mark Webber. No Formula One contract with Red Bull for that Mark Webber.
Tell you what, Greg, I was watching going down to turn 1. They're just now getting ready to come probably down into the hairpin, I believe. We'll have to see if we pick them up. That's the 764 of Dwayne Moses and the 94 of Rob Tollinger. They were side by side last time by through turn 1 and up through there. Here they come now. They're now going to come through turn number 9 and up through turn 10. There you go. There is Tollinger, I believe. He's actually going to get by Dwayne Moses in that 764. So that's the battle for that 911 Cup class. But I tell you what, they have been in with some pretty heavy battles there with that Ken Agina number 5 machine. That is actually 7th and 8th overall, but the 911 Cup looks like it's going to be one heck of a battle. There you see now Moses is now back behind the 94 of Rob Trollinger as they come out of turn number 13, start to head down through the backside here and get into the turn 15 and 16. Come through 14 and 15 right now. Again, Moses now leading. Looks like Trollinger is actually going to lead, but it looks like Moses is going to try to go down on the inside driver's right. He's got Ken Agina right behind him, trying to help give him a little bit of a push in the draft there. We'll have to see as they come down the long straight, getting ready to head into turn 17. Looks like they're going to try to go 3 wide through there.
Yeah, it does. We've got the Porsche 914-6 of John Poor, that 555 car, trying to hold off this field, I think probably at a bit of an aerodynamic disadvantage to some of the newer Porsche chassis that he's on track with. And it does look like John Poor now, as they went in the 17, got held out to the outside a little bit there, may have dropped a couple positions. And a matter of fact, as they crossed the line, we just talked about John Poor being up in 5th place. Well, a lap later, he finds himself now still your GT5 leader, but he is now back in 9th position.
Ken Agina trying to sneak through there on 17, going down, trying to get underneath the 94 there, Rob Tollinger. And Greg, you're right, that actually moved John Poor in that 555 machine all the way back and dropped him all the way back into that 9th position. So again, battles within class, but also battles on the racetrack for position as they come out of turn number 5 now and start to head down, getting ready to go to the hairpin. And Moses in that 911 Cup he has opened it up over Rob Challenger because now he's got Canagina in between those two for that battle for the lead in 9/11. Again, still having Canagina sitting there in between both Trollinger and Dwayne Moses as they come down through there. Again, now it looks like Trollinger is going to try to get up underneath Canagina coming out of turn number 12, but Gina gets to be able to power through there. That's going to drop Trollinger even further back, and that's going to open up the gap there for Moses in that 764 machine. Take that lead. There he goes right there out of turn number 13. You can see the next car is Canagina and then the Trollinger in the 94 machine. He's probably about 6-7 car lengths back now as he was on the back rear bumper of Dwayne Moses, especially coming down through turn 7.
All right. Sounds like we got the 99 car off track, and I'm trying to track down what corner he is at. Brian, but have you talked a little bit about Colin Doherty, who's currently running second overall?
I have not.
Yeah, so interesting. I love going back and looking at some of the racing history that some of our racers have. Colin, and it's Kalen Daugherty, not Colin Daugherty. It's Kalen Daugherty. He is a 40-year member of the PCA. And we asked what kind of other motorsports racing he's into. Well, he's run the Baja 1000 a couple of times. So he's probably very well accustomed to the bumps and the movement here at Sebring. Absolutely nothing for him. The car might have, his 944 might have a little less suspension travel. But there he is. As he is making his way through. Again, currently running second overall here in the field. And did he just get back around? Is that Colin Doherty? No, that's one of our lapped Porsche 911s as he's working his way through the field. But really neat, interesting stuff. He is the 1991 Reese Toter Region Driver of the Year in PCA. Also coming off of, he's put in some time doing some historic racing as well. He's a 2023 HSR Driver of the Year.
He may be in a pretty hefty battle there as they come up through turn number 8, head up into turn number 9. It looks like he is in a really heavy battle right there. I believe that may be, I'm not sure if that's the 87 of Michael Gershon. That would be for actually second place in that G class. We'll watch them come back around, but I do believe that is Michael Gershon that is going to be ahead of Kalen Doherty.
But then the question is, what became of Doug Crossman, who was running in that group? Crossman's in the actual. You know what? Actually, we saw them come around. That's the gray Porsche of Doug Crossman,
so
right behind Doherty.
So then the question becomes, where did Michael Gershon go? Because Michael Gershon last time by was ahead of Doherty.
Well, I think I'm fairly certain as we watch them come through, and actually this is a little bit further behind. I think the third car in line, and it's the black Boxster is Gershon. I think he's still there. As we take a look, here is Doherty, then Crossman, and that is Gershon right there in the black 87 Boxster. So I think we still got them all accounted for. Those are your top 3 in the G class, and they're running second, third, and fourth overall. Let's see, Brian, if we can check in with the SPB class, the Spec Boxsters. So I'm looking, Rob Walker has started to walk the field, I guess is probably the best way to put it, is he's now got almost an 8-second advantage over Alex Au. But Au's got Sean O'Brien in pretty close proximity. So Alex Au is in the multicolored Boxster. I'll try and track that down here the next time by, and he has right with him Sean O'Brien. He is in a black Porsche Boxster. That should make him stand out in the crowd. We'll get that. We'll try and get that in a second. I also just saw coming through
just now coming across the start-finish
Yeah.
line now, so they should be heading up into turn 1.
Right.
Just now, they're going to be this group behind these two.
Yeah, there goes Al
goes Al.
and Sean O'Brien, about a second in arrears now, and actually just saw had Daniel Rubel, Jordan Applebaum, Bernard Nussmeyer cross the line. Taking over 7th position in Spec Boxster, Mark Carolucci just now gets around Kurt Leda at the line, and they were separated by just a half of a second. All right, and we're getting word now that we are going to a full course caution. Let's make a call to the grid, Dick, for our next group, and we'll try to get word on what brought out that condition.
Green group to the grid, please. Green group to the grid for your second sprint.
All right, as our leader now, Ryan McGrath bringing the field through 17. Safety car should pick him up as they go down into turn 1. I'm still trying to get some word from the field as to what may have precipitated that flag condition. I am seeing that Miji Song in the number 99 Spec Boxster has only completed 2 laps. Should mention that Aurora Strauss, Tanner Market, James Clemens, Brian Berry, Richard Glickel, Adrian Miner, and Scott Bellis did not take the green flag. Actually, we see that Scott Bellis may have also taken the green and completed a lap or 2. Dick, you've got the binoculars. It looks like we've got some emergency vehicles up near turn 10.
Oh, they've been sitting there all day long.
All day.
That's their position.
That's their station.
Okay.
But normally they don't have the lights on.
Right. That's what I was thinking. That's what I was wondering about.
But in sub-tracks, if there's an incident anywhere, everybody lights up.
Right.
Daytona being an incident.
Yeah, we'll have to try to see. But Greg, I know you mentioned the 99 before.
Well, and we can see now that we do have at least one emergency services vehicle responding coming down the Ullman Straight, with another one staging up at the entrance to 17. I'm taking a look now, craning my head out the little porthole of a window that we have here at our announce booth to see if we can locate where that incident may be.
I've not heard anything on the radio
No.
either. They're headed towards pit road. They're staying really tight towards the wall as the cars go by. So we'll see if those cars come out.
And they haven't come onto the front straight, so I think you're right, Brian. I think they came down the pit lane. So let's do this. Let's reset the field here. Quickly, we'll give you the top 10, and then we'll try to break things down, give you some of our class leaders. Ryan McGrath, he is your overall leader today, looking for race win number 2 on the day. He's in the number 77 H class, 997. Doug Crossman, your G leader, second overall. He's in his 964 RS America, with Colin Doherty now in his 944 Cup car. He has dropped back to third overall. So Crossman taking over the lead in the G class. Michael Gershon sitting in third. Greg Rojic sitting fifth overall. He is in his SP3 Porsche 944, and he leads that class. With the lead in the 911 Cup class, it is Rob Trollinger in his 1987 Porsche 911. He leads Dwayne Moses, who is running second in class, 7th overall. Kenneth Gina running 8th overall, second in SP3. And Jordan Simon running 9th. He is now 4th in the G class. And then we've got John Poor in that GT5 Porsche 914-6. He runs 10th overall. And gentlemen, a short full course caution. We've already received word from race control that we're going to back to green flag racing this next time by.
So evidently something really quick there, right down towards the end of pit road, that they were able to take care of relatively quickly. Here they come out of 14 and 15. So you're right, Greg. We may see the lights get turned off here. Just in about 11 and a half minutes left to go. And there you see it. The light is now off on the safety car coming through there.
All right, so when they see the green flag, probably about 11 minutes or so left in this second sprint race of the day. The starter is waiting to see them come out of turn 17. It's going to be a little bit. Dick, do we want to make another call to the grid before we get back underway?
Why not?
All righty.
Green group to the grid, please. Green group to the grid for your second sprint.
We've got Robbie Wilson in the chat, says, wishing I was there because I'm the real SPB Rob who should be out front. Very nice. Very nice.
Modest, too.
Yes, he is. All right, green flag is back in the air, and we are back underway here at Sebring International Raceway. Ryan McGrath, Doug Crossman, your new second-place runner. And Crossman got a great jump about a half second up on Doherty as they came across the start-finish line to start lap number 8. Michael Gershon back in 4th position overall, and Greg Rochik in his SP3 Porsche 944. Brian, he was literally tied to the back bumper of Michael Gershon. They were locked nose to tail, and still as they came through turn 3, there, Rochik, easy to pick out. He's got the red 944, the second one in this group with the big wing on the back. And he's fallen a little bit off the back of Gershon's Boxster right now, but starting to open up a bit of a gap to the 911 Cup leader of Trollinger behind.
Trollinger and Moses have been battling this whole entire race. There you see Trollinger leading over Moses heading down into turn number 7, into that hairpin turn. And Greg, this is where Moses has been able to get that drive off a little bit better than Trollinger has, and you can see it right now. They're coming up on the back of that. I believe that is the Rochik machine there.
Right.
So that's going to put them kind of in a battle there, 5th overall, but in that 911 Cup. As I said, Moses gets that drive off and is able to roll Trollinger right back to him.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, I mean, one advantage that I think both Trollinger and Moses have over Rochik, especially coming through a slower corner like the hairpin with that engine over the rear axle, you come off the brakes, dump into the throttle, and all the weight as it transfers to the rear of the car. You've got the extra weight of the engine to kind of dig those tires, those wheels into the pavement. The front engine 944 there, you're not going fast enough for that wing to make a difference at the time you get back on throttle and apply throttle in the hairpin.
Again, you got Ken and Gina just shortly behind that battle, and those three have kind of been in the battle pretty much this entire race, through the first, 20-some minutes of this. Gina sitting back a little bit further now, letting that battle handle out as he's sitting back there, actually in second in our SP3 class.
All right, what I want to do, if possible, Jordan, when they come around, and I'll try to point them out to you, is I want to pick up the battle for 4th in spec Boxster. We got the red, white, and blue number 771 Boxster, the 107 black Boxster, and the 001 blue Boxster. I think they're coming down now. They should be coming down into turn 1 here. And I think they were right in that group right there. And I knew that as we were going back to green flag racing, that was going to have all those cars bunched up as they were together. So that is the battle right now for 4th in spec Boxster is Rob Walker, Alex Au, and Sean O'Brien, where they had a couple of out-of-class cars separating them from this pack.
Yeah, I tell you what, Daniel Rubel and Applebaum, they were kind of nose to tail there going through. They had another car from another class kind of sandwiched in between, but it looks like they're both going to be able to get through there. It looks like that Rubel's going to open up over Applebaum. That's 4th and 5th. Nussbaumer, he's going to fall back just a little bit further back as they start to head down into the hairpin. And again, you talk about drive off. These spec boxers, Greg, it's a little bit tough. It's about momentum. You've got to be able to get through there. There goes the 771, Daniel Rubel. Jordan Applebaum, I think, is right directly behind them. Again, he's got the Bernard Nussbaumer in there as well in that 001.
As we watch this battle, and Spec Boxster come through the Flying Fortress turn over turn 13. And we've got a car off at 15. And it appears to be right, I think, possibly out of our view. Oh, there they are. One of them is the 171 machine. And
I think one of them's got
and 5-5, and we can tell that one of them, and we're going to a full course caution. I think one of them is that Porsche 914-6 that we saw, the 555 car of John Poor.
Yeah. The second one in the far back, I believe. One of them's got some serious left side damage there in that rear wheel.
Yep. All right, and getting word that there's a bit of a debris over there as well, that there might have been some contact. So again, we are under full course caution here at Sebring. Ryan McGrath, your leader. Doug Crossman, second. Colin Doherty, third. Michael Gershon, fourth. Greg Rochick is fifth. And we're going to have emergency services teams heading out there as we've got just a little bit under 5 minutes left to go. And I would suspect, Dick, that this will, if it doesn't bring out an early checkered flag, it would be a race that would likely end under full course caution.
Yes, that's from what I can see here. It's not something you're going to clean up in a minute.
In just a couple of minutes here.
I think they're going to definitely need a flatbed for that, for the one that's got some rear damage on that left rear. So that's going to take a couple of minutes right there alone just to do it, and then pick up a little bit of the debris field.
All right, so let's take a look here. Ryan McGrath is our overall leader. He has just one competitor in the H class. That's Terrence Judge, obviously running second in the class. In the G class, we've talked about Crossman, who got around Doherty right before our last full course caution. That is 1-2. Michael Gershon, who just ran his fastest lap of the race, sitting in third, with Jordan Simon fourth, David Nissenbaum in fifth position. Let's see, in GT5, we talked about John Poor being involved in that incident. He was our sole racer today in this afternoon in GT5. In 911 Cup, Rob Trollinger, your leader, Dwayne Moses and Scott Giano, as we are now getting word from race control that when Ryan McGrath, our leader, comes down the front straight, he will be greeted by the checkered flag here, essentially bringing an end to this race. So it's Trollinger, Moses, Giano, your top three in 911 Cup, with Fred Beasley running in fourth in Spec Boxster. And this is a huge change, of course, Brian, that we talked about Rob Walker, 171. He was our Spec Boxster leader. And so that now elevates Alex Au to the lead in Spec Boxster, with Sean O'Brien second, Daniel Rubel third, Bernard Nussbaumer just off the podium in fourth. But huge change there for that large Spec Boxster class. In SP3, Greg Rochick should take the win with Kenagina second, Gary Stanberry third, Dennis Hiffman should finish in fourth. And then finally in SP1, class primarily of our Porsche 944s, Greg Lee takes the win over Pat Heptick, with Richard Bennett third, Larry Helm finishing in fourth.
And Greg, we got another car that's down just before the hairpin, just before the right-hand turn into turn 7, as our overall leaders and the rest of our group. There you go. There you can see it right there in the camera shot. Can't see the number there.
Me too.
Let's see, black and red. Is that one of our 9? That might be. We'll have to check. Is that possibly Larry Helm in the 494 Porsche 944, one of our SP1 cars? We're going to know in just a moment, because if I see Pete Yusko move up to 4th in SP1, that will confirm it for me.
Yeah.
It did appear to be a 944.
Yeah. So as our field is working around, Yusko was running in 37th position at the time. Helm was running in 35th, and they're starting to that group is coming across the line now. And I'm showing that Larry Helm crossed the line in the 494 car.
Yeah, it is hard to make out the number.
So I'm also seeing Richard Bennett in the number 16 Porsche 944 drop through the field. I have his car listed as being a blue Porsche 944.
Yeah, this looks red.
Yeah.
Kind of multicolor.
And I'm showing now Bennett 1 lap down, and John Poor and Rob Walker, who were involved in the incident over 15, is 2 laps down. So I mean, it just may be a case that Bennett had updated the livery and never got updated in our registration system. But I'm going out on a wing here and seeing that Richard Bennett may be the driver that we have over at turn 7. And let me see if I have a picture of him in our spotter's guide and the car as it now stands, and unfortunately I do not. All right, so that is, ladies and gentlemen, going to wrap things up for our first sprint race of the afternoon. A little bit of anticlimactic finish there. But Dick, let's do this. Let's make a call to the grid for our next group. We'll take a quick break and we'll come back with more racing action.
Indeed. Green group. Green group. Final call to the grid. Green group. To the grid, please.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments from Sebring International Raceway. You are watching the 48 Hours at Sebring on Driver's Eye Live.
Champion Porsche is the proud presenting sponsor of the PCA 48 Hours of Sebring. Since our founding in 1988, our passion for luxury and performance has turned our Pompano Beach home into the largest and top-ranked premier Porsche center in America. Today, Champion Porsche buys, sells, and services Porsche vehicles of all types and serves as a central hub for all things Porsche and Porsche Motorsport. Whether you're located in South Florida or around the world, visit us online at champion-porsche.com or check out our motorsports offerings at championmotorsport.com.
TuneRS Motorsports is a proud sponsor of the Porsche Club of America and the 48 Hours of Sebring. Since 2008, our Center for Porsche in Coral Springs, Florida has served as a Porsche hub and has also ventured into performance and reliability parts engineering and manufacturing. Our pro motorsports experience around the world means our parts are race-proven and street reliable. Visit our websites at tunersmotorsports.com or tunersmall.com to shop and learn more today.
One of our latest partners, Track Day Tire, is happy to be supporting Club Racing through their Toyo, Hoosier, and Michelin tires. Use the code PCACR for a discount at checkout. The TrackDayTire.com team is passionate about helping our customers extract the highest level of performance from their vehicles on the track. Decades of on-track experience has taught us purpose-designed track-use tires are arguably the single most important vehicle component that influences driver confidence to obtain maximum vehicle performance, making it easier for our fellow Track Day enthusiasts to obtain terrain, confidence-inspiring tires is our goal. We look forward to providing you access to the best prices and customer support in the industry.
When you pack up from the raceway and head home on the highway, remember that the engineering excellence Michelin strives for in racing is applicable to our passenger and light truck tires too. Michelin is proud to continue its national sponsorship of Porsche Club of America and Club Racing. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Partners of Club Racing for over 30 years, Eurosport Porsche Road and Race is a Porsche specialty shop with 2 locations in Illinois operating since 1984. Whether you have an early air-cooled car from the 60s or Porsche's newest cup car, we can provide all your service and parts needs. We are the one-stop shop for all of your Porsche repairs and race builds with a large inventory of Porsche parts and race gear.
Narrow Escape Motorsports is an independently operated company in Charlotte, North Carolina, the product of 30-plus year Porsche Club of America members. Originally a race team, Narrow Escape Motorsports, spelled N-A-R-O, started fabricating and selling small specialty racing parts in 2012 before growing into the racing and safety parts supplier it is today. Our products and services are designed to serve you, just as they have our racing, road rally, and hill climb teams. Contact us at Narrow Escape Motorsports to shop and learn more.
Welcome back, everybody. Sebring International Raceway. It is the 48 Hours of Sebring. I'm Greg Ginsberg. He's Dick Kelson. Brian Donati right back behind me here in the announce booth. And we are ready for our next sprint race of the afternoon. And apparently that guy who just went flying over top of the WeatherTech Bridge, he was not your pole sitter. We had 39 drivers set qualifying times. I'm going to give you the top 30 here as they come off the grid and file in behind that beautiful champion Porsche pace car. Starting 30th, driving the number 66, Porsche 911, the GT4 car of Claudio Kempf. John Dunsky is in a GT3 Cayman. He is driving the 447 car. He starts 29th. Andrew Burke is in the number 951 GTB1 Cayman. He starts 28th, with Peter Habestead starting 27th in the, confusing to me, 28 GTB1 Porsche Cayman. Russell Martirana is starting 26th today. Russell's driving the number 726 Cayman, with Luis Acevedo starting 25th. Luis is in the number 344 GTB1 Cayman. Then we've got Charles Liu. Charles is driving in the GT3 class and a GT4 Club Sport. The 079 car starts 24th. Starting 23rd, driving the number 148 SP997 class car, it is Walter Jessic, with Kyle Hoyer starting 22nd. Kyle is in a GTB1 Cayman, the number 20, that is the number 61 car. Jimmy Martin is starting 21st today. Jimmy's driving the number 157 GTD1 GT4 Club Sport, with Francis Florido starting 20th. Francis is in the number 481 GTB1 Porsche Cayman. Nicole Robichaux is starting 19th today. Nicole's driving the number 90 GTD1 GT4 Club Sport, with Del Ray driving a GTB1 Cayman S. Del is starting 18th in the number 791 car. Starting 17th, driving the number 51 Porsche Cayman, that is Mitch Bowling. He starts 17th, with Kevin Sear starting 16th. Kevin is in the number 194 GTB1 Cayman. Max DeAngelis is driving the GTD2 Cayman GT4 Club Sport. The 08 car starts 15th. Starting 14th today, driving the number 98 Porsche Cayman, that's a GTB1 car, is Ed Dunn. Nicholas Giguere is starting 13th. Nicholas is in the 111 GTD2 GT4 RS Club Sport. Weston Jezik will start 12th today. Weston is in the 131 SP997 car, with Bahir Yanni starting 11th. Bahir is in the 73 GTD2 GT4 Club Sport. Angus Rogers will start on the outside of row number 5. He is driving the number 9 GTB1 Cayman S, with Rami Farid starting 9th. Rami is in the number 53 GTD2 GT4 Club Sport. Then we've got Griff Asplund driving the number 087 GTD1 GT4 Club Sport, with Mark Cook starting 7th. Mark is in the number 581 GTD2 GT4 Club Sport. Brett Asplund in his GTD3 GT4 RS Club Sport will start 6th today in the number 85 machine, with Chris Dooley starting 5th. He's in the number 751 GT4S Club Sport. Mark Calzaretta starting 4th today. He is driving the number 117 GTD3 GT4S Club Sport. And you know what? All the rest of the cars are in GT4S Club Sports, and they're all in the GTD3 class, so let me save a breath here. Jeffrey Isringhausen is starting 3rd. He's in the number 199 car. And then we move on to the front row. Starting 2nd in the number 19 white, gold, and black car, it's Roland Cranes, with Jens Hansen starting on the pole today, the number 244 black GT4 RS. As the pace car bringing the field through turn number, through Jean de Bien, through the curves at 14 and 15. And we are going to be staying full course caution that there was a car coming off the grid. As I was reading through the grid there, it sounds like there was a car that had some challenges coming through turn 17. And I think they've got a little bit of cleanup to do. There you go. As our safety crew there picking up pieces and parts of a car. That looks like the front splitter coming off of one of our machines. Yeah, maybe they'll try and throw it back to the driver when he comes around here in a minute. But that is going to mean that we should, with most racing organizations, the clock will start if another pace lap is warranted. We'll see if that indeed happens when they come by. But the lights, as you can see, still on the pace car, and we're going to do at least one more lap behind that pace car.
Yeah, kind of odd that they would hit there. Yeah, it's still picking up a lot of debris there. Looks like they may be getting done here now as the cars are coming through. As they started to walk back up when your field came through there, it's not a good spot to walk around that blind corner, Greg.
All right, got some more information. I believe that may have been Zach Kutu in the 188 GTB1 Cayman. And sounds as though, you might expect this when you see the front splitter laying on the ground. Has some radiator issues with that car now as well. I think he got it to the pit lane, but the car is losing some coolant. We'll see when they're going to pull it off, but it is not on the track surface here at the moment.
Yeah, just because we're in the 75, 76 degree outside here, you're cold. Your tires are still cold coming off that on that concrete there. So you go and gas it up, and we've seen it before. You gas it up, you're more than likely going to spin.
Yeah, you're gonna lose traction there, and especially as the rear end, even at a lower rate of speed than probably 40, 45 miles an hour through there, coming off the grid. It's still a concern there. As you see, our pole sitter, Jens Hansen, trying to lean on those tires a little bit, trying to get some heat in. I wouldn't be surprised if we see, and of course the whole field, except where it tightens down here at turn 3, trying to stay single or double file 2x2. Another way of getting heat in those tires is to stand on the brakes a little bit, is to drag the brakes, go off and on to heat the wheels themselves up, and have that heat then radiate to the tires. I think as some of these drivers are in very close proximity, as they were already stacked 2x2, that might be a little bit difficult, and run the risk of somebody coming right into the back of you. We are getting word from Race Control, Dick, that they are going to bring the pace car in this next time by. So we will be going racing here, green flag racing, in just a moment. And our timing and scoring, I don't see that they started the clock.
I don't think they did. So I think they just go ahead and give them that extra lap.
They did not.
And they'll start it once we get the green flag. But yeah, I mean your tires are still pretty cold coming off the grid right there, especially onto the concrete. If it was asphalt, I'd say probably a little bit different. You probably get a little bit of better grip. But on concrete, even when it's 75 degrees and it's cloudy out, you're coming off that grid with cold, super cold tires for their temperatures that need to be. It's easy to spin it around.
Well, and again, interesting to see that the front 6 or 7 cars or so have all gone, for the time being, single file, so that they can move across the track and get some heat in the tires. And when we see them come out of 16 and come onto the back straight, we're going to see them go back to double file. But much further back in the field, they are still pretty much double file, which limits their ability to move the car from side to side and lean on those tires, to go and put the stress on the sidewalls and try and get some heat into them.
Well, pretty much racer's agreement, when you're on a straightaway like that, that's when you can get single file.
Right.
So you can go side to side, put that stress on there, get them heat in there. Not only that, but you can get heat in the brakes, right? So it's almost that agreement. When you get down in here into 14, 15, you'll see it just as you mentioned, Greg. Once you come out of 16 and start to head down that straight, you'll see that entire group just get side by side.
All right, lights are out on the pace car. There we go. And when we talk about the lights, not the headlights, but we saw the lights on the dashboard there, and the lights that, more importantly, are facing rearward towards Jens Hansen and Roland Kranes, so that they know that they were going green flag racing this next time by. And yes, indeed, we can see here, even coming through 16, most of the field now has packed back up 2x2.
And again, having that, before we get back to green, having that extra lap gets you, that opportunity to get even more heat in the tires, so the car's able to fire off little bit easier.
All right, so as the field now comes into the Sunset Bend, next time as they come onto the front straight, they will be looking over the starter, much like the starter is looking them over. He's making sure that they are in nice formation. He likes what he sees. And Brian, green flag is in the air, and we are racing once again here from Sebring as the field barrels down towards turn one. Jens Hansen, Roland Krantz, Jeff Isringhausen, and Mark Calzaretta there as they head in, and looked as though the blue machine of Calzaretta dropped back a little bit from Isringhausen, but Hansen and Krantz, they were still side by side as they went into turn one, but no longer that that dark blue GT4 RS of Jen Hansen. He is your new leader.
Tell you what, Isringhausen making a nice move there. Driver's left coming out of turn 3 and headed up through. He's going to now move himself all the way up in front of that 19 of Roland Krantz in that second position overall. So a pretty good start by Jeffrey
Isringhausen.
That's a baseball player name there. I should know that from the
That's right.
Oakland A's. Jason Isringhausen.
All right, is our pack now hard under braking into the hairpin, and it looks as though the majority of that field has made it through. Again, Porsche Club of America priding itself on its close but gentlemanly racing here. And the field now making their way through turns 10, and we're going to pick it up as they start to head through and into the tower turn. Why is it called the tower turn? Well, because right to the outside there is is one of the old airfield towers. Don't put any traffic controllers up there any longer, but gives you a great view of the airfield as our pack now making their way through Jean de Bien and coming on to the back straight as we speak. And Jens Hansen in the first race had early on opened up a pretty substantial lead. I think almost 3 seconds on the rest of the GTD3 class. Doesn't look like it's nearly that much here on the first lap, but he has opened up almost 10 car lengths already here now as they go into 17.
Yeah, starting to pull away a little bit over Isringhausen. I'll tell you what, Isringhausen, as I mentioned early on, got a great start there. Moved in front of Roland Krantz and Mark Calzaretta to move him up into second place. So he's got that machine ready to go. Right now it's a 2-second lead for Jens Hansen as they complete lap number 1. Calzaretta's going to fall back a little bit further. He's going to be 0.3 of a second behind Roland Krantz. Then you got to throw in Chris Dooley, and then you got Brent Splunge and then Griff Splunge in there. That's 6 and 7. Ramey Faird, Mark Cook, that's your top 9. Good battle in that GT1 battle, really, after the first lap. The green 194 there of Kevin Sear and then the 98 of Ed Dunn. They were only 0.3 of a second apart there. Angus Rogers another 2.5 seconds back in the number 9. That's your GTB1 as they head down in through turn 1 and out through the backside of that portion.
All right, let's take a look here, Brian. Making a huge lunge down the inside, coming into the hairpin. I think that was, it might have been John Dunsky there trying to make that late move, trying to get around Jordan Bartolotti, pardon me, here. Don't think he was quite far enough alongside, and he slotted back into line. But good early move there, and good, I think, good judgment to kind of back out of that. It could have gotten a little uglier. And getting word now that the word is it's the 079. That's Charles Liu being covered by white flags, essentially letting the other racers know that there is a slow-moving vehicle out on track.
There he is.
Yeah, and he's trying to get. He did not complete his first lap. He's trying to crawl that car back to the pits, and it looks like he's 9/10 of the way there. Yeah, and I'm getting word now that he is on the pit lane.
Yep, and then we see the white flag being dropped down. Once he got to the pit lane there, they dropped that white flag and let the racers know, hey, there's nothing there. Go ahead and continue to race. Looks like we had several drivers that did not make the call for the green. And Greg, just as you mentioned, the 079 Charles Blue just now getting into the pit road. The 951 Andrew Burke, 726 of Russell Mortarana, and 338 Lawrence Trunk Jr., and then the 188 of David Kotu. And I believe David in that 188 was the one who had that problem coming off, I believe.
Right.
That's what you said.
Yeah, I believe that was him. All right, so we're going to keep watching here. Again, this is right towards the front of the pack here, making through. And again, Jens Hansen starting to separate himself out from the rest of the field, but Isringhausen, Cranes, Calceretta still in very close proximity as they come under braking going into turn number 7. A little bit further back, and I think actually this is what we were watching. We got Bahir Yanni in the white Cayman GT4 Club Sport, the 73 machine, with Angus Rogers, Weston Jessic, Nicole Robichaux. I mean, it's a big group of cars. Max D'Angelo, Stella Ray, Francis Florio, and Mitch Bowling involved in that as well, right through this group right here as they're coming into turn number 12. That is 13th all the way back to 20th position. And a number of different classes involved. Yanni in the GTD2 class, Rogers in GTB1, Jessic in Spec 997, you name it, they're out there.
Kind of staying nose to tail there, right? You know, not really trying to make that pass. Looks like they could be just riding right now. It seems like they've kind of stalled out trying to pass each other there, just trying to get through. Again, all, as you mentioned, Greg, all a bunch of different classes within that battle from 13th all the way back to 20th. A few of them in there are in different races or in the same class. So it makes it a little bit tough when you're trying to, we got one car spinning there coming out of turn 17. We'll try to get that number when it comes across the radio, but kind of got in there, hit that bump there, Dick, that we were talking about. That may be the 9
car. And that is Angus Rogers in the GTB1 Porsche Cayman. And he started off that previous lap, well, in a lot better position than he is now. He moved from, he dropped 11 positions, was 14th to start lap number 2, 25th when he just crossed the line, right?
Another car going off there coming out of turn number 5 there. Again, guys trying to really do that, cut that grass over there. That grass has been cut for a while right now. That's turned into just nothing but a dirt spot over there.
That's right.
Definitely see it. And you know, these cars sit low to the ground anyway. You don't want to be going through all those bumps right there. It's bad enough we've got the bumps coming out of 17. Don't add any more damage or danger to your car coming out of there. So. Again, this group that we've been watching here, again, that's really, as you mentioned there, Greg, Bahir Yanni, Max DeAngelis, Weston Jessic, Della Ray, and then Nicole Robichaux, along with Walker Jessic. That's all the way back, as you said, 13th through 18th with a whole host of different classes mixed in, trying to get in front of one or the other. But it seems like they're starting to spread out as they get to certain points. It's when we get down into the backside of this racetrack where they start to really bunch up, and it causes a little bit of a calamity in there. And I think that's where, when we talked about with the nine machine there, Angus Rogers, he was involved in that and then got through there, hit that bump, and ended up the back end coming back around.
All right, getting word from race control. A couple of our corners have noticed that Julian Allen, he is in the blue, number 31, 968, maybe dumping some fuel out of the rear of that car, which, given You know, again, given that he is running a 968, well, that would make sense because the fuel tank is in the rear, not in the front, as with some of our Caymans and 911s here in the field. So we'll see how race control wants to handle that and see if there are any more calls that come in from race control. We also had Kevin Schilling ask if we had any updates on Charles Liu. Unfortunately, we don't have any additional updates at this point. If we do hear anything, we will definitely let you know.
Went down pit road, but I don't believe he went back out. I don't see where he has completed any lap.
Right. Yeah. And again, I think the car went onto the pit lane. They were talking about it losing fuel, and I think they did manage to bring it off of take it off the pit lane and get it back to the paddock. But I wouldn't expect to see that car for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Tried to look down there to see if there was anyone parked in the pits, and I can't see anyone from here.
All right, so at the moment in GTB1, we've got Ed Dunn. He is your leader over Kevin Sear. Del Alray running in third. Francis Florido running in fourth. And a great battle right now between the two white Caymans of Florido and Mitch Bowling. They're in the battle for fourth in GTB1. I'll try and point our director, our darling director, there in just a few moments if I can. In addition to that, let's see here. If we walk through, we've got a local caution now over at 15, at 13. And I think that's the 344 machine of Acevedo that is there, drivers left. And so you can barely see it on the right edge of your screen, but we do have a local caution there at the tower turn denoting no passing until you get past the incident. And looked like the driver was waving his hand to let the corner workers know that he's okay. I think as that car is up against the wall, driver's left, it's going to be a little bit difficult for him to get out and get over the wall. Probably the safe in that place at the exit of that corner, probably the safest place to be is in the car anyhow.
Yeah, exactly. Stay in the car and not try to get out of there. Looking a little further back on our GTD 2 battle there, but that's 8th and 9th overall. That's the red, silver and red came in GT4 of Ramey Faird, and then the 581 of Mark Cook in that white came in GT4. They were 0.6 of a second last time by. Now they've opened that up to about 0.9 of a second with Ramey Faird over Mark Cook. And the last time they went by, when they got into that, they got into some of the traffic, and then I think they went through that turn 13 where that car is, and he had to get completely out of it in order to slow down a little bit. So that may have opened up for that 0.9 of that second. So we'll pick it up. Jens Hansen just now going through the start-finish line.
All right, we also have a car off now over by turn 16. And they're calling it over by 16 Alpha, so I believe towards the exit of turn 16. Might be just out of our camera view. Yeah, and it's drivers left a long way off, and they said that the car number was 77, which I don't think is 776 was the car number, and they're now saying that that car has continued. We have a 776. I know we've got a 726, which is Russell Martirana.
And I don't think he even took the green flag.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so probably not him either. No, I'm showing Martirana as having turned 4 laps. So,
okay.
So it may very well be Russell Martirana as he now drops back to 35th overall. All right, and it sounds as though they still got the local caution over turn 13. That may be withdrawn soon enough as all of our racers see that incident and see that car off on the side of the track multiple times. But we're just about halfway through this race. We got 15 minutes remaining. Dick, we probably should make a call to the grid for our next race group.
Indeed. Red group. First call to the grid for your sprint race. Red group, to the grid, please.
All right, we are getting word that we are going to be going to a full course caution. So, well, maybe they won't be withdrawing that yellow over by the exit of turn 13. They may be. Well, now we know that what they are going to be doing is going to a full course caution. So we had somebody in the chat here, Dog Horseman. Is that anything like BoJack Horseman? I don't know. Wanting to know what the status was of Lightning McQueen. And unfortunately for us, I can't tell you who Lightning McQueen is. We do have Gary Stanbury in this group, who is driving his GT4 car, and the 166 machine, a Peter Dawes built 993, and he called it Lightning Bunny Hop. That's about the closest thing I've got to Lightning McQueen. But again, we've gone to a full course caution. Let me run down the order here. Your top 10, Jens Hansen in his GTD3. GT4 RS, Jeff Isringhausen running second overall and second in GTD3, with Roland Krantz and Mark Calzaretta rounding out the top 4. Chris Dooley is your 5th place runner right now, with Brent Asplund running in 6th. All of those racers in the GTD3 class, they're all running brand new 718 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sports. Then we've got Griff Asplund. He is running 7th. He is in his Club Sport. That is a GTD1 machine, with Rami Farid running in 8th in the GTD2 car. Mark Cook running 9th. Also, he is in GTD2. So those are your top 2 racers in class. And then in his GTB1 Cayman S, we've got Ed Dunn. He rounds out your top 10. If we try to break things down here by class, in GT4, Claudio Kempf is your leader over Jose Roque. We talked about Griffiths Blund leading GTD1. We've got Nicole Robichaux second, about 30 seconds in arrears. Of course, that's going to compress down as the field starts to tighten up here under full course caution conditions. Jimmy Martin running 3rd in class. James Wilson, your sole driver in GT2 today. In GTB1, we talked about Ed Dunn in the top 10, Kevin Sears second, Del Rey 3rd, Francis Florido 4th, Mitch Bowling is currently 5th, and a lot of mixed traffic in between all of those racers. Under the last lap before the full course caution came out, each racer was separated by about 4 seconds. In SP 997, Spec 997, it's Walker Jessic over Weston Jessic, and I think that's how this morning's race wrapped up. In GT3, John Dunsky, your leader, with Rafael Serralta second, Julian Allen 3rd, and then finally GTD2, I think we mentioned Rami Farid and Mark Cook. Nicholas Giguere running in 3rd, Max DeAngelis running in 4th. The safety car has just been asked to stay out for at least one more lap.
Last time I saw Lightning McQueen, I think he was in the garage at Radiator Springs. So I think they're making a change to that car.
I mean, we're not all that far south of Disney.
Maybe that's what he was asking for.
Maybe one of the stunt shows up there at Hollywood Studios, or.
I believe this weekend is the Pro Bowl action over there, so maybe he's over visiting the Pro Bowl action over there at ESPN Centers.
And Dog Horseman is correcting me, because I think I said LoJack Horseman, which would be for stolen horses. It's actually BoJack Horseman. There you go, showing my age again.
It's great to hear you say that again back twice through the headsets. It's actually kind of nice.
Does it sound any better the second time? No.
Actually, no, it does not.
All right, so safety car now bringing the field through the Sunset Bend, and we'll have at least one more lap under caution as we see a couple of our emergency services teams from Sebring International Raceway in those Allen J trucks coming down the back straight. And it sounds as though the incident may now be clear, and these trucks probably returning back to station. We did have our corner workers checking the track surface over by turn 13 where we had the vehicle go off driver's left. You can see it is no longer at the scene, but the flaggers are also checking to see whether there was any fluid down on the course as well that might have either precipitated that or been part of it, and they report that the track is clear there.
Safety car still went by on that last.
Yep, so we're going to have this.
We're going to have at least one more.
Right, exactly. Lights stayed on the safety car. This will be the last. I would suspect that we'll be going back to green flag racing this next time by, as the course ahead of the safety car now appears to be clear.
Like a golden opportunity to make.
We could do that. We could make that happen.
Red group to the grid, please. Red group to the grid for your next sprint race.
And that red group, that'll be our last sprint race of the afternoon. It's been going very quickly today, Dick. I have to admit. But the action does not end today here at Sebring. Make sure to join us tomorrow morning. We're going to be on air, I believe, at 9:20 a.m. Let me just double check that. 9:15 a.m. tomorrow for Endurance Day here at the 48 Hours at Sebring. Going to have two 90-minute endurance races for your viewing pleasures. First one starts at 9:20 a.m. The second one, well, just about 90 minutes later, go figure, at 11:05 a.m. and that will wrap up our coverage here this weekend. So definitely make sure to join us tomorrow for more great Porsche Cup of America racing action here from Sebring International Raceway.
Well, we've seen some driver changes during those 90-minute races. Each team has to make a 5-minute pit stop. So that is mandatory. We'll cover those rules tomorrow in that, but that's always fun to see. It's always fun to watch some of these drivers making these driver changes, especially with drivers who are not used to making driver changes. Once they get in, they're done until they're into that race. But you got to get in, got to get out.
We got Michael Stewart in the chat, says he wish he was here to give Kevin and Ed a run for their money. I'm sure they're happy you're not, Michael. Kevin Schilling says he's loving the coverage. Club racing's come a long way since his first race many years ago. Kevin, you know what to do if you haven't done it already. Go ahead and hit that big thumbs up button. That way more people, thanks to the wonders of YouTube and their magical algorithms, can find out about PCA Club Racing here. And of course, as we're going to be going back to green flag racing this next time by, I think I've said it before, I'll say it again, we are going to be at the next couple of PCA races. We're going to be at Virginia International Raceway the weekend of March 21st and 23rd. Our apologies to the fine folks that'll be at Thunderhill Raceway Park that same weekend on the West Coast. But we're going to be broadcasting from VIR live and in living color. And then just a month later, Road Atlanta, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, April 11th through 12th. All right, our starter now looking down the front straight, the safety car now on the pit lane. And the starter likes what he sees. And Jens Hansen will see the green flag, and we are back underway. And wow, look at this at the front of the field. Now heading down into turn one, Mark Calzaretta gets around Roland Krantz. He now moves up into third place. Chris Dooley I believe, may have dropped the position as well in that 751 machine, Brian.
May have dropped it, but it looks like he's getting ready to come back up there, coming out of turn 1 up into turn 3 right now. Looks like he's going to move right there. It looks like Krantz is going to get back up into that 3rd position. I think you're going to have Isringhausen and then Krantz, and then move Calzaretta back down into 4th place right there. Then you've got Chris Cooley. So Chris Cooley kind of staying in that 5th, but Calzaretta got a great start, or restart, I should say. So did Hansen. Hansen ended up taking off there. Isringhausen just kind of held his own as they went down into turn 1, and then as they got into turn 3, that's where Calzaretta fell back just a little bit, and that allowed Roland Krantz to get right back up in front of him.
So Kevin Schilling says, let's get a pit reporter for VIR. I asked if he's volunteering. All right, so the 726 machine now he brought his car down the pit lane by the restart, and he is heading back to the paddock. That is Russell Motorana, who we talked about a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I show him getting 8 laps in. So I think when we talked about that earlier on, I think that may have been where it wasn't picking up, and then they ended up clearing that up and picking him up there. So it looks like everybody is taking at least 1 lap. Even Charles Liu went back out for a lap, although it took 10 minutes to do that lap. So,
and I know that this is a bit of photographic trickery, but it does look awfully dark there to the northeast, heading back from turn 16 up. Yeah, we're looking out the window here. Rest assured, it's not that dark. As a matter of fact, I think you get a little bit better feeling from this shot here, what the skies are like. It is still quite a bit overcast here, but we don't think rain is imminent at this point.
No.
There's no call for rain for the rest of this afternoon. And again, as we start to wind this race down, gentlemen, Jens Hansen opening up in that GTD3 machine. He's opened it up over 1.7 seconds over Jeffrey Isringhausen, and then Roland Krantz, as I said earlier, back into 3rd place in that GTD3. Mark Calzaretta in 4th, but only 0.3 of a second back, and then you got to go a little bit further back, another 0.6 seconds back to that 751 of Chris Dooley. So again, your top 5 cars right there, all within about 2.5 seconds, Greg.
Yeah, indeed. We're seeing it, and we saw Brettis Blunt fall a little bit, more than a little bit back after the restart. We just see him coming into our view right now and coming underneath the Advent Health Bridge. He is running 6th overall, 6th in GTD3, but those top 5. Well, we'll call it 4 out of the top 5 because Jens Hansen really now starting to stretch his legs and move out from his competitors in GTD3.
So you see them now coming through turn 12. Tell you what, a little bit further back from that, Jordan, if we could go ahead and real quick, we'll pick this up. Remy Faird in that 53 in that GTD2 machine, along with Mark Cook. We talked about them just before we were starting to go to that double yellow, is that it was within 2 or 3 seconds.
Yeah.
That's actually within 0.4 of a second last time by, but as you can see when we pick them up there, that's going to be a little bit closer than that.
Yeah, and so Fareed, he is in the number 53 silver and red car with Mark Cook in the white machine, both in GT4 Club Sports. They are currently running 9th and 10th overall. And I think that's actually, well, I was going to say, that's the pair right there, and we just see like another 6 cars come through after them.
They're a little bit further up than that.
Yeah.
So it was going to be they're right behind the Griff Splunge there. So you've got the Brett Splunge, and then you've got a big gap, and then you've got Griff, and then you've got Remy Faird and Mark Cook. So that they are right there. So that's them going there. That red and that blue machine, that is the red and the silver. A little bit further back, maybe that's what that is.
Right.
And the starter is waving number 1. So
we're all number 1, and you guys only have 1 more lap to go.
That's it.
That's it.
All right, 17 more turns to go. Well, a little bit less than that now for Jens Hansen, who's looking for his 2nd race win of the day. Yeah, let's see if we can pick up this group of cars now. Coming down the front straight, Brian, going into turn number 1. They were 3 wide. They start the fan across. There's the red, white, and blue machine, and I'm trying to pick up the number on that car, and I thought it might have been Bahar Yanni. Yeah, I think so. Walter Jessic in the 148 car. I think he's right in the middle of that. I think it's Bahar Yanni, Mitch Bowling, Walter Jessic, and Angus Rogers and Francis Florido, currently running 14th through 18th in that group across a number of different classes. Jessic in the SP 997 class, Bowling ahead in GTB1, then Yanni in GTD2. As we're getting word now that our leader Jens Hansen coming into 15 and 16, I believe. And there he is, all by himself. That is Jens Hansen, your leader, driving the number 244 GT4S Club Sport. And as he works his way into the into Sunset Bend, he is looking to see the checkered flag, and there you go. Checkered flag is in the air. Jens Hansen, who was your PCA national champion in 2019, 2021, 2022, and 2023, started off in the driver's ed program like so many of the Porsche Club of America racers do, and graduated to club racing. He takes his second win of the day, first round of the season in PCA Club Racing. Congratulations to him. Jeffrey Isringhausen will finish second in GTD3. Roland Krantz will finish in third. Markel Zaretta finishes just off the podium in fourth. As more of our racers come across the line, let's take a look and see where they finish. In GTB1, Ed Dunn is your winner with Kevin Sear second. Mitch Bowling turns his fastest lap of the race here on lap number 12, and he will finish third with Angus Rogers coming home in fourth. In GT4, Claudio Kempf takes the win over Jose Roque, who will finish 2 laps down. In GTD1, Griff Splund will take the win over Jimmy Martin and Nicole Robichaux. In GT2, James Wilson, your sole racer, actually, he is working his last lap right now, and he crosses the line hand in the air, giving a big thumbs up to the folks on the starter stand. James, again, our sole racer in GT2. If we move over to Spec 997, it's Walker Jessic with the win by 4.2 seconds over Weston Jessic. In GT3, John Dunsky will take the win over Rafael Serralta. Julian Allen finishes third, runs fastest lap of the race on that final lap. And, of course, Charles Liu, unfortunately, did not complete a lap. And then finally in GTD2, Rami Farid takes the win. Mark Colt second. Nicholas Giguere finishes third. Max DeAngelis runs his fastest lap on the last lap, and he will finish fourth. Another exciting race. A little bit of a break for us with the full course caution in there, but a great run to the checkered flag, Dick.
Oh, it's a good view of the track, both with traffic on it and less traffic. I was reminded as I kept looking at turn 1, one of the exciting things about that is you're going down the front straight and it's very wide.
And then
and you turn that corner and suddenly...
Yeah, you could go like 12 cars wide at the apex of turn 1. The problem is it's about 2.5 cars wide at the exits.
Exactly.
And I say 2.5 because inevitably the third car is usually 2 wheels in the dirt going through there.
Yes.
All right, so as our racers here from our second race of the day are making their way down the pit lane and heading back to Tech, we're going to take another break, and it should be our final break before our last race of the day. It is the red group next here at Sebring International Raceway, where you're watching the 48 Hours of Sebring on Driver's Eye Live. We'll be right back. Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control.
Featherlight Coaches blends yacht quality materials and components with leading edge technology to help craft the ultimate motor coach. Our experience and knowledge gained from hundreds of builds is evident in the beauty and luxury of every motor coach, delivering quality luxury for the open road. Our build's stunning looks are just the tip of the iceberg for the signature Featherlight yacht quality fit and finish. Visit us at featherlightcoaches.com to shop and learn more.
Get ready for the Rumble. PCA Club Racing will be at Virginia International Raceway, one of the country's premier road courses and racing venues, for 3 days of racing, March 21st through 23rd. In addition to standard club racing national points, it will also be a points race for the Club Sports Series, the Vintage Series, and the 911 Cup. There will also be a solo HPDE group for those who want to participate in either a street car or in a controlled passing environment. Visit clubregistration.net for more details and to register.
Porsche Club of America welcomes all Porsche clubs, owners, and enthusiasts to join us as we celebrate PCA's 70th anniversary at the 9th Annual Works Reunion Amelia Island on March 7th, the Friday preceding the Amelia Island Concours d'Elegance. We invite you to come to the Amelia River Club to see a breathtaking array of Porsches, from rare to current models and everything in between. Our featured cars this year are the 912 and Targa models. PCA created Works Reunion as an event to celebrate both the Porsche marque and the camaraderie of being an enthusiast. This is not a contest of who has removed dust from the deepest crevices in their Porsche, but rather a judged show that rewards a Porsche that has been lovingly maintained and presents itself well on the field. Our judges do not use Porsche Parade Concours score sheets, but rather rank the cars according to certain attributes discussed prior to judging. This is a casual gathering of Porsche enthusiasts focused on having fun rather than solely competition. To learn more and register, please visit worksreunion.com.
Trailix Trailer sets the standard for super lightweight, superior craftsmanship, and extraordinary quality. If you need a trailer, whether it be enclosed or open, to tow your Porsche, Trailix should be your first and only choice. Trailix has many sizes to fit your Porsche perfectly, and their unique touches ensure that your trailer will be as functional as it is beautiful. Trailix Trailers sponsors the Novice Racer Award, a gift certificate given to the second-time racer who exemplifies the club racing spirit.
Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway, the 48 Hours of Sebring, presented by Champion Porsche, as well as the Gold Coast and Suncoast regions of the Porsche Club of America. For our last race of the day, they haven't gotten rid of us yet. It's Greg Ginsberg, it's Dick Kelson, and Brian Donati. Thanks so much for joining us. We have one last sprint race this afternoon. Let's run down the starting order. We had 43 drivers set qualifying times. I'm going to give you the top 30. Starting 30th, driving the number 924 GTC 6 machine, it's Jeff Smith. Edward Boss will start 29th. He's in the number 25 GTC 6 Cup car with Robert Wyson. Starting 28th, Robert is in a GT7 machine. That is the 127 car. Rick Stafford will start 27th today. He's in the number 999 blue and orange GTC 8 car. And then we've got Mustafa Bakir also in GTC 8, the gray and black 06 machine, starting 26th. Scott Dager will start 25th today. He is in the number 239 GTC 8 silver Cup car with Price Ford starting 24th. Price is in the white, black, and gray GTC 8 Cup car, the 112 machine. Then we've got Sunil Nandigam starting 23rd today. Sunil's driving the 03 GTC 5 yellow Cup car with Ariel German starting 22nd. Ariel is in the number 475 GTC Cup car. That's a white machine with Charlie Craig in the white and blue GTC 7 114 car starting 21st. Starting 20th, driving the number 179 GTC 7 Cup car. That is Ben Wallace with Stephen DiPaolo starting 19th. Stephen's in the number 64 orange GTC 8 machine. Keith Jessic will start 18th today. Keith is in the blue GTC 7 Cup car, appropriately numbered 911. Starting 17th, driving the number 234 GTA 4 orange, white, and blue GT3 Cup car, it's Sean Mackay. Then we've got starting 16th, the 264 GTC 8 silver Cup car of Scott Neal. Andres Leon is in GTA 4, driving the gray number 191 machine. He starts 15th. Bela Stanko looking for his second GTC 7 race win of the weekend. He's driving the 20 machine. He starts 14th. Kevin Roush is starting 13th. Kevin's in the number 960 GTA 2 green, black, and white Cup car with Joel Johnson starting 12th. Joel is racing in GTA 4. His 992 Cup car is the number 207. Starting 11th, driving the 412 GTC 8 blue and black machine, it's Russell Farang with Musafar Gafarov. Starting 10th, Musafar is in the number 288 GTA 4 machine. Then we've got David Williams starting 9th. David is in the white GTA 4 Porsche, the number 237 machine. John Getz is in the 57 car. John is starting 8th today in the purple GTC 8 Cup car. Jonathan Weissman will start 7th. He's in the 100 car, the GTC 8 machine. Then we've got Joseph Fiala also in GTC 8. The yellow and blue Cup car is starting in 6th. Darren Dean will start 5th. He's in the number 711 GTA 4 silver Cup car with Bob Mueller starting the outside of row number 2. He is in the GTA 3 class. The black and teal machine is numbered 128, starting 3rd in the number 991 GT3 car in the GTA 3 class. Is that not confusing? It's Thomas Gruber. But let's move over now to our front row and get rid of some of the confusion. Starting 2nd, driving the number 313 GTA 3 white Cup car, it's Tony Karlinskis. And your pole sitter today and your fastest driver and fastest qualifier in GTA 4, driving the green and black GT3R, it's Rene Robichaux.
We saw that great battle earlier on with Karlinskis and Robichaux. I tell you what, this could be another battle here, Greg. Depends on whether or not TK gets the start that he wants. We saw him run out to an early lead. And Dick, one of the things we've been talking about all weekend as we're waiting for our green flag to fly here, we're getting him down, and there it is. We're under green flag conditions right now as they go barreling down into turn 1, Greg. Tell you what, Karlinskis and Robichaux, they were side by side going down there.
Yeah, you know, there was not even an inch separating them, but slotting into the lead as they go to the apex of turn 1. It is Rene Robichaux in the green and black number 91, but now we've got Karlinskis. He comes back across Robichaux. He is going to be the first driver into turn number 2 with Gruber, Mueller, Viola, and Darren Dean behind most of the field here. Now still stacked 2 by 2 as they come through the very tight left-hander of turn number 3 and make the run down towards the hairpin. at turn 4. Look at that, as we've got, I think that was...
One car way in the back. Sorry, Greg.
Yeah.
Going into turn 5 there, basically on the grass and on the kind of the lip there. That car kind of went up in the air and then moved over a little bit. That car is going to have dropped way, way back.
And we're going to go to word on that, which car that was. Well, the call was there about 5 cars.
Yeah, there was going to be a whole bunch of them.
It may be a half hour before we get that worked out. But we did see a great move by Sunil Nandigam going under braking going into turn 5. He was back in 22nd position at the start in his GTC 5 machine. I think he may have picked up 2 positions there going into the hairpin. We'll check on that when we complete lap number 1.
You know, I tell you what, guys, and Dick, you and I have been talking about this kind of all weekend long with this group as well. These guys go out, they put fresh rubber on. I watched them come out of off the grid and come down the front stretch. Not one of them had sticker tires on it. They looked like they were all tires that maybe have, 1 or 2 laps on them, scuffed tires from earlier on. I think this is the time in this sprint race that having sticker tires probably is a detriment.
I think you're right. Being the last session of the day and all.
Some of these will be running tomorrow, I believe, in our in our enduros. So again, save that a little bit for tomorrow because you're going to go a little bit longer here across the board. So it looks like we have something through there. Again, our leaders now. It looks like we have Robichaux. Rene Robichaux getting in front of Carlos as they go down into turn 2, come through turn 3 right there, Greg. I tell you what, TK trying to get underneath there. That's the fastest part of where he is in that car right now, just not able to make that stick.
All right, we got word, I think car that had some issues over at turn 3 and may have spun. That was actually Ben Wallace in the 179 machine. He now drops to the very rear of the field, and sounds like he might have gone all the way around, but there were about 4 or 5 cars around him.
Kind of stacked up there.
Yeah, so good thing that they all continued on. I think the 06 of Mustafa Bakir was involved, as was Chris Olson there, and again they are now towards the very rear of the field. Scott Rowbottom, Nick Karanglin falling back towards the back of the field as well there on that start.
In the beginning, we saw in the first race this morning, we saw a lot of give and take at the start of the race. Today, going through turn 3, gentlemen, we did not see a lot of give and take. It was, I'm taking the spot, and you're going into the grass and going over the rumble strips. That's the only way you're going to get by me. About a little bit further back there, I believe that is going to be the 128 of Bob Mueller and the 991 of Thomas Gruber. We saw this earlier on. Last time by was 0.5 of a second. That's the black and teal GT3R 2017, and then you've got Thomas Gruber in the 991 in that black machine. There again, still nose to tail as they were coming out, and I think there they are right there, coming out of turn 17, going into turn 17. They'll be coming out of turn 17 here momentarily. But I tell you what, they've been locked in here these first couple of laps. Well, we're setting some pretty good pace here right now, Greg. And
yeah.
At the top of the leaderboard here with that 203, 580 by Rene Robichaux in that number 91 machine. Everybody ran their fastest lap there. So we're starting to get some really good heat in the tires and really good heat in the brakes, where they're starting to really dive it down in there, especially going down to that hairpin.
Yeah, indeed we are, and we're starting to see, again, our top 3 racers, Robichaux, Karlinskis, Mueller, starting to separate themselves and actually make that top 4. Thomas Gruber as well, starting to separate from the rest of the field now, as we've got a pair coming down into turn 7 into the hairpin. But behind Viola, we've got John Getz, Darren Dean, Jonathan Weissman, Musafer Gafarov. They're still lined up. The majority of those cars in the GTC 8 class. Darren Dean Dean is in GTA 4, as is Gafarov. But again, real tight racing here early on in this 30-minute race, and just 5 minutes elapsed as we watch this fight here side by side coming through turn 10, and that is Viola And is that Getz along with him, I believe?
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain that is the 262, the purple, pardon me, the blue and yellow of Viola. John Getz is in the purple 57 along for that ride as well. And you can see the pack right behind them. Again, that is Darren Dean. And Dean was about a second and a half back when they crossed the start-finish line. When we saw, Dick, when we saw Viola and Getz go through 9 and 10 side by side, that brought the whole pack behind them right back to the rear and eliminated that gap.
Just doing a favor for the other guy.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Come on up.
It's lonely here.
Yeah, and indeed, they are now passing the start-finish line, and things really starting to tighten up here at the front of the field as we look. So Getz in that purple machine gets around Viola. The Viola in the yellow and blue now about as they come through turn 3, maybe 2 car lengths back at most. Darren Dean also car length and a half with Jonathan Weissman, and then the outlier about 3 car lengths back is Gafarov. And then take a look at this. Then once you get past Gafarov, you got Joel Johnson, Kevin Roush, Bela Stanko as well. Again, still all lock nose to tail. You have multiple different classes. Some of them racing on the Porsche Club of America's partner Pirelli. Some of them on it's an open tire class. Yeah. And so you've got these multiple classes with similar handling characteristics, similar power characteristics. Trying to jockey for position, but also trying to protect against some of their other racers that are in their own class, and maybe using these out of class cars as picks. It's really a very interesting dynamic here to watch. I want to thank everybody again for joining us here on the PCA YouTube channel, especially Steve Miner. Says, why isn't this being shown on national television? And I'll tell you, Steve, that's because on national television, they would have to put a camera in the booth and show our faces every once in a while, and nobody wants to see that.
We have the best faces for radio.
For radio, exactly. Or for YouTube racing, exactly. We're also much more humble, as you can tell.
Of course.
The outlier being, of course, Dick Kelson. He is definitely the best-looking man in this booth.
Flattery will get you everywhere.
Absolutely, it will. Tell your wife, by the way.
I'll be sure to take that information to her.
And thank you. Jordan wants to make sure everybody knows who we are. This is going to go in a YouTube short. I know it. Anyway. All right, Rene Robichaux, your leader, and he is really now, we saw that battle in race 1 this morning that was so close for, about a quarter of that sprint race, where even though, again, different classes, but we see here where Robichaux now has opened up like 25, almost 30 car lengths on Karlinskis. It was about 4 seconds at the line now, and he's just really taken command of this race. But again, not a race in class. Robichaux, your GTA 4 leader, running second in GTA 4 is actually Darren Dean, who's 7th overall. So Robichaux's got a tremendous buffer right now. Karlinskis, your leader in GTA 3, he's now opened up about a 3-second advantage over our second place GTA 3 racer. That is Thomas Gruber. But things are tight. We continue to watch this GTC 8 battle between Getz in the purple, number 57, Joseph Viola in the yellow and blue, number 262. And one other battle that I've been watching, and this is one that we saw earlier today,
really
Brian.
Problem here.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Looks as though we've got a car that is off pace coming through 15. and is now pulled up to the wall. And there's actually a cutout there.
Yeah, there's a pit road there.
There is.
That is what they call a self-cleaning incident. Is that driver brings his car back behind the wall, and that's great because it allows us to keep green flag racing even at that corner.
He happened to be in the place where the second pit is.
Right, that's right.
Second paddock.
The IMSA paddock down there. So, I'm sorry, Brendan, you were giving us the number? Thomas Gruber. Okay, we think that was Thomas Gruber. That in the 991 machine, he was running third in the GTA 3 class, and that is likely going to elevate David DeCote up into third position when they come around the next time by. But I was going to say, Brian, we were watching a great race earlier today between Dwayne Moses and Nick Carangolin in the GTC 4 class. And I believe we saw where Moses had gotten around Carangolin on the very last lap of the race to take the win in that class. Moses is in the orange 997 car, Carangolin in a blue one, and I'll see if we can pick them out. But the last time I saw them, race wasn't quite as close as it was this morning. There were maybe around 7 or 8 car lengths separating the two cars.
Yeah, it's dropped back to about a second and a half now, but I think that's because they had some other cars in between them, and I think this could be them here, right here.
That is indeed, that is them. Yeah. So we'll see if that tightens up as the race goes on, and if it does, we will definitely check back in with them. But again, some great racing here. Another race, and let's see if we can track. Brian, if you can help me track down for Jordan, Michael Iapolucio in the 006 car. That's a red, black, and gray 911, and Keith Clark. That is currently the battle for the last step on the podium in GTC 6, and they are. It is red, black, and gray for the first car, the 006 car. And then white, blue, and black. They are currently running 29th and 30th overall.
That's our GTC 6. We'll have to try to figure out how we can pick them up. They may be involved with another group of cars at this point.
So. Yeah, and a matter of fact, they're closely packed with a couple of GTA 4 cars with them. I'll see as soon as I see them cross, I'll let you know. Yeah, let's take a look, because we've got a big conflagration of cars now coming in the 17, and I'm fairly certain it's the second and third from the back of that pack coming through right now. We saw the red, black, and gray machine. I think of Iapogio. Yeah, indeed, that is them. And I'll tell you, Edward Boss is in the green and black 911, the 25 car. He's right ahead of him. Oh.
Right as we talked about the whole entire group, we got some argy-bargy going on there. It looks like one tried to turn in early, the other one tried to turn in late. So we've got 3 cars there sitting there.
Well, that rate, and so we've got, it looks like 3 cars over there. I'd imagine this is going to bring out a full course caution, as 2 out of the 3 cars. They're right past the turn 1 flat corner station. And we are going to a full course caution here at Sebring. And so, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I'm going to accept your accolades now for invoking the announcer's curse.
That's number 2.
Yeah.
That is number 2 today.
That is also where we were discussing earlier.
Where it narrows down.
Where it narrows down to a lot less pavement than you just come off of.
Yeah, and so for years and years, because the entrance, like so many corners here at Sebring, they're very difficult to find the apex. Sometimes in the dark, sometimes in the light, always in the dark. But at turn 1, the way you could spot the apex for years is there was a safety cone that was pushed into the chain link fence about 15 feet up in the air. so that you could always see it from a distance. But I think always an issue that there's always somebody who comes down the front straight, sees this big, huge gap going in, as the wall is driver's left, and not only does the track narrow up, but when you come down the inside, there's not a lot of grip there, and it's kind of hard to get, especially a rear-engine car where all the weight's on the back to get that nose to rotate around and turn in towards the corner. And I think sometimes we see what we may have just seen over there. Always a very challenging corner. So we've got a waving yellow at the start-finish stand to alert racers that the incident is going down into turn 1, and then I think we also have the waving yellow there, but we are under full course caution currently.
I will freely admit that when I was driving this track, I took the wimpy approach to turn 1.
Which is?
Way around the outside.
Keep on until you can come to the right-hand side of the exit.
Right. So, yep, you go all the way to the wall. You open up the corner as much as you can open it up. Start driver's right.
Yep.
Traditionally, come down to the apex, finish up driver's right.
And hope there's nobody
to your inside. I mean, that's part of the issue because it is so wide there on entrance. If when I instruct racers and drivers, usually going into turns, you want the drivers inches away from one another because it allows you to see and feel their presence right there. Because that corner is so wide, if you come down the inside, you're out of the mirrors of the outside car, and unless you can hear their engines close enough, I think Randy Popes calls it the vortex of danger or something along those lines. I call it the vortex of something completely different. But yeah, it's got to be a challenge, and you have to be predictable. But part of racing is a dance, and all these racers, they have to work together. And for the most part, we've seen that over 2 days of racing so far.
Yes.
I think the other thing is when you are closer together like that, if there is contact, you have less chance of having a significant damage than you would if you were so far apart because now you're coming back in.
Yeah.
So the worst case you probably do is lose a mirror or dent in your door. Here, again, not going to speculate too much, but I think this was a product of three drivers going for the same position on entry.
Certainly
and trying to get as much as they could. Yeah.
Certainly what it appeared to be.
Yep.
But of course, it's much easier to tell that from up here.
Correct. You can't. There's no way. It's impossible to see that down there when you're racing. When you've got the helmet on, you can barely turn your head as well. You can see in your mirrors, but that car's right there. You're expecting the other one to give. They're expecting you to give a little bit, and then when there is none, that's what it is. It becomes a product of racing for the same part of the real estate on the racetrack.
Yeah. All right, so we are under full course caution. Let's go and kind of reset the field here again. Our top 10, Rene Robichaux leading GTA 4, Tony Karlinskis leading GTA 3, Bob Mueller, John Getz, Joseph Viola. Getz and Viola, your leaders in GTC 8. Then Jonathan Weissman, who is running third in GTC 8, Darren Dean, and then Joel Johnson and Musafar Gafarov, all in GTA 4. So they're running second, third, and fourth in GTA 4. Kevin Roush in GTA 2. He is your leader in GTA 2. He's running 10th overall. If we go and start to break things down here by class, let's take a look here. We're going to give some love to the GTC 6 folks with Jeff Smith and Michael Iapoluzio. They're running first and second. Edward Boss running in third. I think that was the battle that we were watching as that incident occurred. Jonathan Draper now running in fourth. Then GTC 8, we talked about Getz, Viola, Weissman, Russell Farang currently running in fourth with Scott Neal fifth. In GTC 4, a race that we were looking to get to, and actually they just came through our camera shot there. Dwayne Moses and Nick Karanglin. In GTA 2, Kevin Roush and Jean Audette running first and second. Audette, though, in the 44 machine, I'm showing him as being 2 laps down currently. In GTC 3, Chris Olsen in the blue and orange number 7 machine. He's your sole racer in the class. In GTC 7, Bella Stanko currently your leader, Belstenko Jr. in his 991 Cup car. Keith Jessick second, Ariel German third, Robert Wyson fourth. And we've talked about GTA 4 already, and GTC 5, Sunil Nandigam, your only racer in class. And then, of course, we've talked about GTA 3 with Korlinskis, Mueller, Dakota, and Gruber. All right, the safety car has been asked to stay out for at least one more lap. It looked like an L&J sail over at L&J Chevrolet there for a moment by turn one.
Turn one, yeah.
There they are.
And we've got the big tractor there. So unless he's thinking about doing autocross, we've seen a car with tires that big.
Maybe he can build a ramp for us.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Wishing Laura another happy birthday there. So thank you, Jordan, for that one. She's appreciative of that.
Don't tell Jordan that it was my birthday on Thursday.
Oh, yeah, well, that's true. We forgot to do that, and Jordan just fell out of the chair.
That's my passive aggressive mention right there.
I think for your birthday,
This is my birthday present, by the way.
I was say American Airlines made you sit all the way in the back, right? I think you had the.
They gave away my seat assignment. They didn't have me in the best of.
Today is your birthday. You get to sit in the back.
That's right.
There we go.
Thank you. It's 5G, all in my first name now.
That's it, right.
I love it. I can't drive 55G now. All right. As we are still under full course caution, clock continues to run as we have now a little bit under 8 minutes remaining in what is scheduled to be a 30-minute sprint race. Reminder to everybody to join us tomorrow, and it is Endurance Day here at Sebring International Raceway in the 48 Hours of Sebring. We're going to be going on the air tomorrow morning at 9:15. The action starts at 9:20 as we have two 90-minute sprint races here from Sebring International Raceway. That is the racing action. So we're going to make it short. We're going to make it sweet. Although, I don't know, 3 hours is all that short. So definitely make sure to join us.
That was to remind you it's the 48 hours at.
Oh, the 48 hours at Sebring. Oh, well, there we go. I've played the chime so that everybody knows it's not the 48 hours of Sebring. It's the 48 hours at Sebring, of which tomorrow will be 3 hours at Sebring. So make sure to join us. And, of course, you can find out more about Porsche Club Racing at PCAclubracing.org. And we will be back, whether you like it or not, for two more events here early on in the season. We're going to be at Virginia International Raceway March 21st through 23rd. April 11th and 12th, we're going to be at Dick's home track of Michelin Raceway and one of my favorite tracks to race, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Absolutely. One of the most daunting race courses, I think, in North America. Some of the most difficult corners. Of course, we were talking to a couple of the PCA Club racers at lunchtime, specifically about turn 5 and the challenges there, and how some of their students have felt the first time they come down the hill at turn 12. I continue to think that turn 12 is much scarier when you come in the gate for the very first time and it's staring you in the face. But always a wonderful, difficult racetrack. And I love hearing stories. It was told for years, Randy Canfield, who was a national champion in a production-based car in another organization, multi-time national champion, won many years at Road Atlanta, how challenging that race course was before the turn 10A, 10B complex went in, and the dip was there. Just so challenging. I mean, in racetracks of the day, and Road Atlanta, having been brought online right around 1970, was probably one of the last of the true. How do I put this, Dick? Let's just say it was a different era.
Yes. Well, Derek Bell was somewhat indelicate at times. He just said I like the track when it took cojones to take that.
Tell you what, it is, you talk about Road Atlanta and you talk about here, where we have just one little elevation change. There's nothing flat about Road Atlanta.
No, there is not.
I have walked that. You have walked that. There is not a flat part on that racetrack.
And so many blind corners. All right, real quick, gentlemen, as the champion safety car is bringing the field through turn 17, we've just been told by race control, because they don't think they're going to be able to get this cleaned up in time, the checkered flag is going to be shown to our leader, which is the safety car, but to our leader, Rene Robichaux, and there we go, checkered flag. Let's see if we can see it over the trucks there.
A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Checkered flag is in the air, and Rene Robichaux will finish with a win here, and he's your GTA 4 winner. Tony Karlinskis will finish second overall. He's your winner in GTA 3. Bob Mueller, John Getz, Joseph Fiola, Jonathan Weissman, Darren Dean, Joel Johnson, Musafar Gafarov, Kevin Roush. That's your top 10. And we're going to go, rather than me running down class by class by class again, Brian, we've got it on the ticker on the side of the screen here, and we'll break down all the classes here. So as they come through, I guess with a day and an evening of sprint racing in the books. Any final thoughts, Dick, before we go endurance racing tomorrow?
All in all, a good day, other than for a few hiccups here and there. But I think we did well, and the regions once again upheld their honor.
Indeed, and we started off the day, and we'll get to you in a second, Brian. We started off the day showing another side of Porsche Club of America, and that was the autocrossing, where we have a number of, trying to highlight a number of different ways that people can have fun with their Porsches. And I'm so happy that we showed that side. Hopefully next year we'll be able to bring in and show some of the timing and scoring for that as well, and enhance the coverage just a little bit. But again, Brian, I think you'll agree, as we were able to walk around during lunch today, you can feel that excitement and that camaraderie in the air here at the paddock.
Yeah, I mean, it becomes family, right? I mean, we talked about this yesterday. We talked about it last night as well. This whole thing becomes family. I think showing the autocross as well gives a different perspective of really what happens during a race weekend here with this opening event,
right?
For Porsche Club and for PCA for the year for 2025, it gives another added element of what you can do coming out here. You don't have to just come out here and say, well, I'm not really trained, or I'm not, ready to go out and do that, but I want to give the autocross, a shot. And I think that shows where this club is going, where these clubs are going, and where this facility is going, that they can host all this.
And if you want to try something, there is someone willing to help you do it.
Right, exactly. And we also saw, though, we saw them during our lunches and also during some of the morning coverage. We have had all weekend long our high performance driver education drivers, HPDE. Drivers on track, and these are some of our more advanced drivers that are authorized to drive without an instructor in the car. But this is also another form of motorsports, and allowing you to have fun with your Porsche. And we have so many people in Porsche Club of America that end up, I hasten to call it a ladder, but will go from solo and autocross to HPDE, and if they then decide that they want to to see that excitement of wheel-to-wheel racing, that they will move into there. And it's as people progress through all of the different programs that PCA has to offer.
You can do as much or as little as you want, and
exactly. And it doesn't mean that you have to be on track in a race car or on an autocross course. Part of it, and Dick, we've talked about this offline, and I know you've been over the last 2 days going and thanking a lot of people here, and I think we said this morning about all of the volunteers that are required to make these events work, from the Gold Coast, from the Sun Coast regions, and from many other regions of the Porsche Club of America that come down to help run these events. And we can't do anything but thank them, because as racers, can't make these events run without them.
That's correct. We've got probably a couple of hundred unpaid helpers,
and they're here, and they're doing this for their love of motorsports and Porsches.
Yes,
and their fellow members.
that too.
All right, so with that, why don't we wrap things up? As you can see here, we're going to be back tomorrow morning at 9:15 a.m. here on the Porsche Club of America YouTube channel. You can find us by going to PCAclubracing.org, where we have the live stream link there. And we definitely appreciate all of you joining us here today for the second day of the 48 hours at Sebring. If you haven't already done so, it doesn't cost you anything. 1, go and hit that big thumbs up button. 2, go ahead and subscribe to the Porsche Club of America YouTube channel. If you go and do that, all that's going to do, not going to take any time out of your day, but it's going to tell you when PCA posts up more content about the thing that we all love, and that is Porsche. So for Dick Kelson, for Brian Donati, I'm Greg Ginsburg. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 9:15 a.m.